Alright. It's good to see you, LeBron. Also first, yeah. You are first one here today. And yeah, I'm just gonna unmute the screen in just a second. So, yeah, we're gonna continue our little journey here. You guys know, trying to hit my good old 1,000 runs of Moz. So today we are at run number 491. So yeah, this stream we're gonna be trying to gun for yeah, this season we're gonna be gunning for 1,000 runs, and so far we are at 491. So we will continue this today. Before I go any further and talk about what we're doing for today, although there's not really much to be said, I just wanted to greet the people who are Braun, you too, as always. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Glad to see you folks. And yeah, I'm just going to set drops. Okay, there we go. Now I think we're good to go. So I'm ready to begin my runs. And also, yeah, thank you for the reminder. This is exactly what I wanted to... Yeah, this is exactly what I wanted to check out first thing. So I'm going to take a short mini break before I actually get into game. I'm glad... Ha! Oh! Hey, guys! Damn, there's so many familiar faces already. Damn, chat channel was down for like 2 weeks? And I think I come back and shit, that's a lot of people who are showing up on board. Yeah, so I'm glad chat channel is back again. That's fantastic. That was always a core part, or that's always been a core part of Slash, and I mean to see it here is very nice. It is very nice. But I'll talk more about chat channel in just a little bit. I noticed you wouldn't be glad if you were here the last 10 minutes. What's the drama today? I'm gonna see if I can rejoin the good old Slash community. Classic. Oh, you're gonna be posting it. Apparently some people play Diablo naked. Oh, so I'm not the only one. Nice. Alright, yeah. So let's kick this off. I want to oh, was it a particularly unusual topic? I mean, yeah, that's not much of a surprise. Usually Dan it does end up getting into scuffles with people every now and then. That's you know, it's just every other day, like whatever. But anyway, yeah, any other day he's playing anyway. But besides the point, so yeah, I can't believe ZZZ worked. He didn't. I was already planning to stream today. I know you're saying that half in jest. Oh, came right in time just to see the thing get restarted. So listen here, okay? So ZZZ, it's not that, you know, well, obviously, I know you're saying this jokingly, but ZZZ did not summon me. I was already planning to stream today, of course. Trying to stream on Wednesdays, I think I'd mentioned that. Really trying to, for this season, live up to that promise for you guys. Unlike last season where I was all over the place because of COVID, this season I'm trying to make an active effort to maintain Wednesday regular streams, which admittedly I don't normally like to try and like be all like, okay, well I'm gonna schedule a stream. I prefer them sporadic, or, like when I feel like it on specific days, but I also feel like it's kind of nice to stay in touch with people from the Slash community because Slash is of course pretty awesome. But besides the point, yeah, first thing I'm gonna say today, Seth, yeah, you're the first person I wanted to talk to. So tomorrow, no, not tomorrow. What am I talking about? I think I have a day that I would like to do our Players 2-8. If you're down, I'm thinking. I am thinking next Sunday. So Sunday, September the 6th. I think that's just before your school. You go back to school. Granted, when you go back to school, it's not going to make too much of a difference because you're probably going to be online schooling anyway. But give me a second. Sorry. One sec. Okay, yeah, sorry. You guys start the 3rd. Really? You guys start the 3rd? That's such a weird start time. That's like a Thursday in midweek. But yeah, alright. If you are up for next Sunday, I think we can do next Sunday. I was thinking we can do bright and early. I don't know if you're up to start I'm just thinking if I should say 9 a.m., 10 a.m. 9 a.m. seems awfully early. Let's try for 10. How does 10 o'clock sound? I'm free almost all the time now, and when school starts I'll have more free time. How does that make any sense? What do you mean you'll be more free when school starts up again? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Usually when, you know, it's summer vacation you have less free time. Or summer vacation you have more free time than when you're actually in classes. So I'm very, very surprised by that. But anyway... So yeah, guys, if anyone aside from Seth is around, just know that I'm probably going to be doing 2 streams. Well, I mean, I've been trying to do a stream every Wednesday for the last couple weeks. But just know that next, like not next week, but the week after, I'm going to be doing a stream on Wednesday, and then I'm probably going to be doing a stream on Sunday. It's going to be a bit of a longer stream, and I'm hoping that well, it's going to be something different, right? We're going to be doing players 2-8. Now, we still need to work out all the details, Seth. I don't know how exactly you want to do it. Like, there's certain details we need to work out, I think, like what class we're going to play, if we're going to level all the boxes simultaneously, or if we're going to do it all at the end, once we get our, like if we're running like 2 Sorks, for example. If we're gonna just go straight to hell or what, I don't know. That's your, that's up for you to figure out, I guess. Oh, well, maybe I shouldn't say up to you to figure out. That's for us to figure out at some point. 10 is better. Okay, so 10 is better. Alright, sounds good. Works as well for you, works as well for me, which is great. That's fantastic. I won't have any medical stuff, and I don't have anyone to hang out with because no friends, so I go in the Zoom call and mute my mic and turn off camera so I can play games. Interesting. Okay, I'm surprised that you would, your medical stuff as soon as school starts is just over. But yeah, hope you're making a speedy recovery. And yeah, I'm looking forward to our P28. It's going to be kind of interesting, I think. Yeah, so 2 weeks from now, it's gonna be some fun stuff. What the hell? Alright, so just to kind of recap for you guys, I am going to be gunning for... I don't have a specific goal in mind. I was actually thinking run number 550 today is going to be my intended goal. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be pressed for time today, unlike last stream. So I think we should be okay. I actually think we should be okay to run 550. And it looks like we actually did get 10 rares. That's interesting. Ooh, that's not bad, but not very useful. And 1 more small charm. And that's all garbage. Alright, cool, awesome. Yeah, so 10 o'clock. Again, I don't know what the situation between you and any other group of friends is, but yeah, I'm telling you, at some point, I don't know. I'd encourage. Well, yeah, I don't know. I shouldn't. I don't know what to say about that, but yeah, if you're good to go for 2 weeks from now, then that's great to hear. That's yeah. I know that we said we were gonna do it. I told you I'd give you a time, and I feel like 2 weeks from now, Sunday would be a pretty solid time for me. So yeah, how is teaching during Corona going to be for Iz? I think you mean for you. That's a funny question. It's going to be. It's going to be. I don't know how to answer that. I actually don't know how I would answer that. To tell you the truth, Mr. Teacher, man. Oh, you're really sold on the idea that I'm a teacher, aren't you? Which is fair. I can see why you would guess as much. Yeah, you people with your funny guesses. But either way, though. How are you doing, by the way, LeBron? It's nice to see you. Hope you're, I don't know if you're still around, but yeah. Congratulations on your appointment to full-time moderator. Okay. Okay, I think I'm pretty much set on this side. How about this chest? Talrune. Alright, nothing too crazy. Doing good, just busy. Have you seen any of the duels? No, I have not, but I know that that's been going on. KDK's little tournament. Shouldn't really call it a little tournament. I mean, I think that 8 teams of 2v2s that's pretty fantastic. I'm really glad they were able to get that up and running. Yeah, no problem, dude. No problem. Yeah, thanks for tuning in, though. I'm glad to see that you were waiting so patiently for the stream to begin. Now, yeah, like I said, it's going to be a longer stream today. Well, longer in the sense that I'm not just going to be dropping it like a couple hours in. I will probably commit to hitting run number 550. I think is a pretty reasonable goal. And yeah. Yeah, let me just think about this very carefully. 10 runs, I do about 10 runs an hour, I think. Yeah, I think I do about 10 runs an hour, 10 to 12, 10 to 15 runs an hour. So 60 runs should be well within the realm of possibility. Although this might be a bit of a late evening for me. Those guys are great players. Oh yeah, I kind of want to see it. I actually should see it for myself at some point. That's Yeah, I can kind of imagine just how quick these people are with their reflexes and whatnot. I remember dueling Laws a while ago, like a long time ago. I was using Laws's. Yeah, I was using Laws's character. I think he was using his Bonemancer or his Energy Shield Sork or whatever against one of his other builds. I think his Boa. That was it's definitely interesting actually doing PvP. Like every time I go back to PvP, I'm always like, damn, this is pretty nice, you know, like it's pretty intense. Like it's actually a lot of fun. Definitely kind of out of the ordinary. I can see why people try to like get their characters geared up and then get ready for that PvP jazz, because it really is a lot of fun. But of course at the same time I think that part of the issue for me is like, in order to set up like a ladder PvP character, I need to actually farm for wealth, and that just doesn't. I kind of have to go out of my way to do that. I realize it was something I was thinking about a while ago. I'm like, yeah, like this season I'm making a Fireclaws Druid, even making an Enigma. With the limited time that I have to play and with the build that I'm using, it's just not going to happen. It really just isn't going to happen. So yeah, it's more. I guess it makes more sense for me to watch other people. Okay, Seth. Yeah, okay. I just got a message from Seth on Discord. Hmm. Here, I'll chat with you in a sec, Seth. But yeah, no, the duels. The duels have been. I mean, I want to go and watch them at some point, go check them out. But yeah, by and large, I can say that yeah, I definitely see. Kind of see why people enjoy PvP in general so much. So I'm very glad that Laws and KDK were able to get that set up, and that they were able to get a lot of people on board with it. I know that the Path of Diablo ladder reset, I think, took place. Was it last Friday or was it 2 Fridays ago? I think it was actually 2 Fridays ago. And I don't think I ever bothered to really talk about that, or did I? I think I mentioned it briefly. People have their dueling characters done? Oh yeah, absolutely. Not like fully decked out with 40 Pally combat skiller GCs, but they, I'm sure, have finished it by now. That's not much of a surprise. But anyway, yeah. I don't know, man. Yeah, Path of Diablo. Yeah, they had their ladder reset. I know there were some people, Enjoy and I think Jeebus, who had actually played on it. That was pretty cool to see. I mean, as always, I'm very... I won't even say I'm critical of Path of Diablo. I just am not the, the biggest fan. I don't enjoy it the most, or like I don't enjoy it as much as a lot of other people do, even though I recommend it to others. But whenever it comes out, I know people like even a lot of people who would normally be playing on Slash actually do get kind of hyped for it because they want to take part in the POD reset too, right? So, I hope no one is hammered in duels same with non-melee Sorks. Well, oh yeah, of course I'm sure there are Sorks, but I don't know about Hammerdins. Hammerdins, yeah, I don't know. I actually don't know what people end up using. Yeah, as a Sork. Well, I don't know. I actually don't know what kind of duelists people make. I'm sure that there's got to be trappers in there somewhere, bone mancers. I actually kind of want to take a look. I kind of want to take a look at the, oh wow, there's somebody actually has a public dueling game. Yeah, you see what I mean? Like, you're great to have a character who could actually take part in those, but all I got this stupid Fireclaws Druid, which honestly wouldn't be I'd be well, I think that this build can actually do damage. I just think that chance to hit is definitely a problem, and the fact that I can't reach people is kind of a big problem too. Hey, Uncle Howie, what's going on? What's up, bro? Hope all is good. Yeah, doing pretty well. Doing pretty well today. Doing a bit better now that you guys are here. Hope you're having a great day, Uncle Howie. Have you heard about D2 Remastered? No, I have not. Has there been any official news about the Diablo 2 Remaster, or is it just more hearsay? Because, again, I know there's always going to be a lot of people who are going to be like, oh, well, this unconfirmed source said this or that. And I'm always very skeptical, unless, of course, Blizzard themselves have announced with like an expected date of arrival when this will actually be a thing, right? Zorks are okay if you're a barber or pally, but they're rip if you're anything else. From my understanding, I think trappers and boners can do just fine. At the end, all the hardcore people should have duels and see who's the king of hardcore. Yeah, it sounds like a fun idea, doesn't it? Well, get people to agree to that, and no worries, right? KDK, let's take a look. Yeah, KDK is an assassin. Koopa. Yeah, it looks to me like Koopa is a Bone Mancer. Let's take a look at Kerm and Laws. Doesn't show me Kerm. Let's take a look at Laws. Dead Af. Okay, so it doesn't really show for some of these characters. Druid here. Treachery. Is this a... It actually looks like a Fury Druid. Oh yes, this is actually a Fury Druid. That's crazy. Okay. Slodum is a Fury Druid, and Slashdiablo is a Blizz Sork, it looks like. Wow. Very interesting arrangement of Interesting arrangement of characters. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna carry on. Look at me. Okay, sounds good. It's everyone's favorite Moss-dwelling Ursus. Yes, that is indeed my dude. Alright, so let's look at you. Let us look at you indeed. Alright, and I'm even going to show your character on the big screen so that y'all can take a look. So this is... yeah, okay, cool, great. So as you guys can see, this is RSI, Grief and Beast, so double axe barbarian with Enigma. And let's see what else. We've got this circlet, presumably so that he can hit 105 FCR. Wait, no, not even. T-God's Vigor, that's surprising. And Trang Gloves too. Ravenfrost presumably for CBF, and some Dwarf Star. High Lord's Wrath, and that's probably for Deadly Strike too. Interesting arrangement. And on Switch he has Hoto and Echoing Broadsword of Lightning, presumably for his Battle Orders pre-buff. Alder's Boots. Let's see what else. Yeah, and basically a shit ton of attack rating, as far as I can tell. Attack rating, collection of charms. Yeah, it's really cool. 2735 life. Look at that. That's crazy. And that's without battle orders too. Once he battle orders or uses BO, oh nay. And he's got his arrangement of random things here too. He even has a Griffin's Eye, which I presume is to hit other breakpoints. I don't know. Very, very interesting. Very interesting indeed. Alright, only 40 FCR with T-Gods for Laws. Oh, okay, I see. You guys switch things up before the people that you're specifically supposed to duel. PvP Barbs are lit. Yeah, Barbs and Druids are my favorite duelers. I don't duel often, so I don't really know too well how these characters work. If I had to pick I don't really have a favorite dueler. Like, honestly, I think I'd vibe most with a Bone Necro, just because it... Yeah, I feel like with a Bone Necro, like, I really wouldn't be able to go wrong with a Bone Necro. That's because they have Bone Spirit and Bone Spear, and both of these are just... They're just good. Like, they're just such good PvP skills. And you can't really build magic resistance against them either, so... I mean, yeah, you can use the Spirit craft, whatever, but... Or Safety crafts, there you go. But, I mean, most people aren't going to do that. Only 40 FCR, so... Gross allows a barb to hit 63 SCR with Trangs or Axe Rifts. Okay, that's really cool. Hey, Hom3 Watcher, what's up? Open ring slots, I see. Just do the Pit Boazon again. That's the most beast build and character I've seen so far. What do you mean just do the Pit Boazon? You mean like run the Pit Boazon for PvP? Or you mean like just run the Pit Boazon for like clearing shit? Because when you say most beast building character, it definitely was unique. Like, all my builds are unique in some way, or at least I try to make them unique in some way, but definitely, I wouldn't go as far as calling it the most beast build. Like, if I could pick a most beast build, that would, without a doubt, have to be either the Poison Necro or the Nova Baller, depending on how you want to look at things. Especially the Poison Necro. The Poison Necro just completely dominates. Just use your Telesork for PvP. I mean, I guess. See him in action, so check out my VODs. We just got sent to the losers bracket in the semifinals, 5-3 versus Laws and Curve. That's so cool. I mean, not so much the fact that you lost, although I mean, I also I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of rooting for you, and I'm also rooting for Laws. But anyway, I think it's cool that you guys were able to hit 5-3. Like that's pretty evenly matched. It's not like a 5-0 stomp or an 0-5 stomp. It's just you know, it's fairly even. We were undefeated until then. Yeah, I mean in a unique way. Oh, okay. Well then, yeah, fair enough. Like in terms of playstyle, Swapcast Heli Boazon was very unique in how it handled, that's for sure. Although, having to fucking Swapcast was It was quite a struggle. Max Heli, Light Mastery, and the Shock buff, the thing that zaps people that gets too close. Yeah, makes sense. I should we're so close. Liver of Health for both teams. That's messed up, dude. That is messed up. Anyway. Okay, anyway. Nice to see you streaming. I'm going to be AFK lurking. Okay, sounds good. I will talk to you... Well, I will talk to you in a bit then. Really appreciate you sharing your character with us. But anyway, yeah, I'm going to go back to doing my runs in just a little bit. Okay, so yeah, it's good to see you too, Pizza, by the way. Let's see. What else were you guys talking about, though? Yeah, I don't see any Hammerdens, but I definitely would expect there to be Sorks. Trappers and Boners take skill, though? Oh, serious? I mean, like, yeah, I guess I should expect as much, but... So Trappers and Boners take skill, but Hammerden and Sork don't? I mean, that's surprising to hear. Barbs and Druids, I can see why those would take some skill to use, yeah. Especially when you want to practice. Play a certain Papegas, okay. Okay, cool. Sounds good. On 3 Watcher, we'll talk more about it next Saturday. On Saturday, I guess. No malls tonight, I guess, still at 11, at 10. No, we just began. Yeah, my goal for today is to hit, run number 550. So that's going to be a total of about 60 runs. That's going to be my goal. Yeah, I'm not really under a time pressure, this evening, so I'm not really going to be trying to rush anything. At the very least, I want to hit run number 500. That's a very obvious, like, I want to be able to say I made it to the halfway point. That's going to be pretty good. Yeah, that's going to be a good part of the plan. Anyway, but yeah, I'm glad that you have an opinion on which character you like the most so far, Uncle Howie. That's great to hear. And it also just goes to show how, like, I guess you've seen a lot of at least some of the builds I've had to offer on this channel. Some people have been here, like, all the way, though. They've seen things like, I think LeBron, for example, I think up until now so far, his favorite was the Warcry Barb, if I remember so, because he likes barbs, but also the Warcry Barb was very, well, it's an interesting character, and it was an interesting season, because, you know, a lot of people are like, oh yeah, barb builds are just not very easy to work with when you're starting off, and they're kind of not. But if you go Warcry, there's definitely a lot of options you have, and that's something I definitely would want to explore in a video when I have time to go and do one. If I have time to go and do one, but yeah, anyway. It's going to be for later on down the line. Hey, what else are you guys talking about here? Singers are awesome. Yeah, singers are awesome. They're a lot of fun to play with. I think that just barbs in general are a lot of fun to play with. Not factoring in latency issues with the barbarian being more severe than the other characters, but just the just looking at kind of the way the character is built, like like they have a lot of really cool skills. Like you can make a lot of different types of barbs. That's the thing I really like about them, right? Like they're very they're not one-dimensional. I feel like there's, like, you know, you could build it as like a singer. You could build it with like 1-point wonders, like 1-point into Warcry. You could build it like maxed out battle orders. You can you know, go maxed out find item, and find items a skill that's unique to a barbarian. I mean, I guess, yeah, you could have like a find item wand on switch or whatever, but or dagger. I know there's some items that actually do give find item charges, but that's just not. It's just not very. Should I explain this? It's just not the same, right? Like level 3 find item or level 6 find item versus level 20 to 30 find item. That's a very big difference. Anyway, did you see? I got a level 99. No, I didn't actually see this. Anti-perf bone snap. Really? Wow, that's crazy. I'm rich now if Bernie comes online. Yeah, Bernie really made bank on it on his collection of malls when Jeebus ended up selling his IK mall or his Enigma for a bunch of IK malls. That was glorious. That's freaking fantastic. That Billy Rose is totally beast. I copied and run with it for months. I was never getting bored of it. That's great to hear. I'm really happy to hear that. Like, yeah, I think a lot of the awesomeness from that build also comes in the kind of challenges that come with the build, right? Like, and also its versatility. Like, you can actually run whatever you want with a Warcry Barb. That's another beautiful thing about and just with Barbs in general. Like okay, yeah, there's some monsters that are physical and magic immune, but a lot of the time, you will always have a response for whatever area you're going up against if you build your barb to handle those areas. Obviously, like when you're starting off, you know you go Warcry Barb. If you're going Warcry Barb in a Trav and you come across like a physical immune Ismail Vilehand or whatever his name is, it's like okay, you're gonna, yeah, it's kind of shitty. But at the same time, it's not like, yeah, like that's not a regular occurrence that you'll come across physical immune monsters. Like, yeah, it's, yeah, much harder to come across a physical immune than it is a magic immune or like an elemental immune or a poison immune. Let alone a physical magic immune monster. At that point, it's like, all right, well, whatever. You just take the L. Anti-perf maul. I know, right? And look at this. What is this exactly? I want to take a moment to just appreciate how there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 characters who are Sorks, sorry, who are rocking tails, which is just fantastic. Anyway, yeah. I think I've answered most of what you guys are talking about. There is something that I am curious about, though, Uncle Howie, and this is something you didn't address. You had mentioned something about a D2 remaster, and again, I am curious as to whether or not this was just hearsay or if something actually did get announced. I'm gonna go on a limb and assume that there wasn't an announcement at all, but yeah, maybe you have a source of some kind. I mean, I don't really go and check D2 news all the time, so you know I don't want to be out of the loop and find out so many towels. Yeah, I know there's a shit ton of towels. Anyway, yeah, I don't. If there's news for a D2 remaster, I'd absolutely love to know about it, but a lot of the time it's, as far as I can tell, just hearsay. Okay, anyway. Anyway, in other news, so thanks again, Home3 Watcher, for trying to set things up there. Trying to look to see. Oh yeah, I was talking to Seth earlier. Yeah, so let's talk a little bit about WoW. So yeah, I was just talking to Seth, and he said that he's been enjoying the fact that he has more time to play some World of Warcraft now on a private server, no less. So yeah, how's that going for you, Seth? Like, what are the things that you're up to? What is it that you enjoy about this private server? How many people are playing? Also, that's something I wanted to know. Again, not that I'd ever go and hop on myself, but yeah, I mean, I know that Slash itself is a private server, and right now we have like what 160 some people on. I mean, yeah, some of us are multi-boxing, of course, but yeah, it's still a pretty nice number. Ancient Sword, I think that's like the Atlantean or whatever. I'm gonna head down this way. It's going great. There are a lot of people playing it. It's called Apollo 2. Alright. I'm a troll priest, and it said, I thought for a second when you said I'm a troll, I thought you were going to say something along the lines of, okay, like I actually troll people or something, but anyway, I guess that's not the case. And it's set in the Cataclysm expansion. A lot of people said it was the last good expansion, so I wanted to try it out. Okay, cool. What came after Cataclysm? I think after Cataclysm was Mists of Pandaria, right? And then after Mists of Pandaria, I think there was one more, and then finally we have Battle of Azeroth, which I don't know why, but I think a lot of people just hate this expansion from what I've heard. I think it's something to do with just like a lot of the plotline just no longer makes any sense. So that's what I heard anyway. Not too familiar with any of that. Travsork. Wow, you guys are trying to make Travsorks. It's crazy. 88 assorted P-gems. Damn, that's a pretty good deal. I mean, usually it's Vex per 88, so pretty cool to see. Yeah, most was... Okay, one sec. Jawbone visor. Alright. Let's see. Cold res. Yep, okay. Well, I think that's it. This doo-doo. 200 runs with Nada. This guy. It's so funny. This will pay off, trust me. Too funny. RNG in this game is always fun to witness and behold. Okay, so let's see. Latro. Okay, I'll let them work that out. PvP is bad in BFA, and the gearing system was atrocious. Interesting. I'm surprised that they would change it between games. But the Maul, the Myth, the Legend. Hey, Drizzle, how is it going, dude? How have I been? I've been doing good. Let's see. I'd say that I've been doing pretty well. Not stellar. But yeah. Still, mostly enjoying life. This pandemic-filled life. That's kind of where I'm at right now. Yeah, how have you been, Riz? Nice to see you. I'm just, for today, the goal is to try and hit run number 550. Doing these Moz runs. 3 runes back to back. But anyway, yeah, like I was saying. Yeah, yeah, I wanted to do like some runs of Mausoleum. My goal for tonight was run number 550. And yeah, I'm not like pressed for time, so I do hope to be able to reach that goal. At the very least, I will be hitting run 500, obviously. And I'll be able to officially say that as of this stream that I will have hit the midway point. So that's I think that's pretty good. So that's a start. Yeah, and just some other stuff to consider. Yeah, so I'm usually doing streams every Wednesday, as I think I mentioned. I'm trying to do streams on Wednesdays. Next week will be a stream on Wednesday. The following week is going to be a stream on Wednesday, and then a stream on Sunday is my goal. So, or is my intention. So yeah, if you're interested in seeing how I would be running P28 with somebody else, in this case it's going to be Seth, is something that you wanted to try, and I figure, especially since Seth has been a long-time supporter of my channel, like a long time, like he's been here since close to the beginning, I thought it would be pretty fun to try and run a Players 2.8 with them, like, and pretend like we were starting off from scratch, right? Like normally ladder reset occurs, and I'm usually playing with people. Like normally I'm playing like in a group of 8 or whatever, and each of us have our designated roles. And one of the things that I don't ever get to really do is Players 2.8 or Players 1.4. Yeah, so yeah, you guys are talking about statistics and whatnot. Very interesting. Sunday stream. Yeah, it's gonna be 2-1, I think. Yeah, what's up? Been busy with AQ40 release. What the heck is AQ40? They give you the numbers. Okay. Okay, for takes you more than 10 seconds to play solitaire. uh, uh, I mean, honestly, what do you? Sorry, I'm just. This is why I'm telling you. We need chat channel. Chat channel is always fun to mess around with. This guy is basically like, oh yeah, you know, LK is confirmed the best and yada yada. I was gonna be all I was gonna be like, okay, well, but the results of chaos that I've gotten and that a lot of other people have gotten for cows is substantially better than what we get in LK. If I show the numbers with what I've actually compiled, but at the same time, I don't know if this guy is a troll or not because I've actually never seen this dude before. Is this the same guy who is trying to suggest that there are 6 super chests in L, or sorry, 4 super chests in LK, or 2 super chests in LK rather than 6 or 3? I don't know. I can't remember anymore. But mm, mm, mm. Yeah, chat channel is back. Chat channel is indeed back. That it is. Mm. Anyway, normal. I'm getting too old for this shit. Normally I'd argue with these guys until Kingdom Come, but honestly I got Mausoleum runs to do, dude. Like, I've gotten into these kinds of arguments, I think for what, months, years now, seasons. Yeah, I think for once, like, I actually want to just finish my damn Moz runs, rather than have to argue with people in chat channel for like the 30th time about fucking LK versus Chaos or cows on Slash. Like, it's funny, like there's all these guys that do say like, okay, LK is better and versus cows, but then I look at these like there's always assumptions that are made, right? Like, oh, your cow clear is going to be, you know, say, is going to be 4 minutes, or it's going to be on players 7 rather than no drop 0, or this or that, and those all do actually affect how what you can actually expect to get out of those runs. Especially with no drop 0, where certain monsters actually benefit a lot more out of it being set to that. Yo, it's almost not exactly true, lol, don't bother. Alright, thanks. I'll take that advice. For once, yeah, normally I'd be very like, you know, this is what the numbers saying. You know, for once I'm kind of like, I just am not feeling it. I just don't, I can't bring myself to care anymore. I've hit that point. I hate to say it, but I cave, dude. I cave. I just think that this sounds like, the way he talks, sounds to me like this is somebody who is going to be hard to convince even if you were to show him like hard numbers type deal. You know, yeah, so I'm just gonna leave it be. Like, yeah, he's basically like, oh yeah, it takes 10 seconds to pop 3 chests. It's like, I would very much like to see him consistently hit 3 chests in 10, or sorry, not 3 chests, 6 chests in 10 seconds in an LK run, right? LK runs usually take somewhere between 15 to 25 seconds depending on where the chests are located, and that's even even for somebody like me who I would like to think that, you know, I've practiced LK enough and I'm actively tryharding it to the point where even when I'm trying at my absolute best, okay? And of course this is with the assumption that I'm not using the HD resolution, because that changes things up too. Yeah, so, yeah, like, what was I even saying? Yeah, even when I'm trying my absolute hardest to try and run LK, unless I get, like, a great map where the chests are all lined up right next to each other, or it's a 3-chest spawn, a run takes a lot longer than 10 seconds, like... I shouldn't say a lot longer. Actually, no, I will call it a lot longer, because if a run takes 20 seconds, that's twice the length of time as, like, a 10-second run. Like, 10 seconds doesn't sound like a lot longer than 20... Or, sorry, 20 seconds doesn't sound like a lot longer than 10 seconds, but if it's per run, and you're doing, like, 5,000 runs, that's obviously a lot. But anyway. This dude, yeah, this dude's apparently saying he believes that, and now this is some next level, like, conspiracy shit, man, I'm telling you. This dude apparently believes that, RNG is inherently coded in characters, so he made a brand new one. So, yeah, I'm gonna just leave him be with his, like, flat earther, theories and shit, you know? D2 B2 Boomer 2? Diablo or D2 B2 Diablo 2 Boomer 2. Yeah, honestly, I've hit that point, man. I'm officially a boomer. Anyway, whatever. AQ40 is a WoW vanilla and classic thing. Okay, well, that's cool. It's a raid in classic WoW. Okay, makes sense. Lower your expectations, then lower them again. Just a warning, I suck at Diablo 2 resets, so it won't be as fast as you probably expect. That's fine. That's honestly fine. Yeah, yeah, we just had to do our best and try to communicate and see what has to be done. I think that's really the bottom line. I don't know what more to say than that. Yeah. That's just the gist of it, I guess you could say. Players 2-8. Yeah, I don't know what more to say than that. I'm trying to think of if there's any other... Yeah, I don't know. I still don't know if I want to do Players 2-8 where we level all of the characters at once, or if we do Players 2-8 where I level one character and then I level all the other characters later. I think it'd be pretty cool to actually see juggling multiple characters. But this is something I'm probably going to do in a future season anyway with this when I do my Sork, and if I'm players 4-1ing in that season, it's much easier to just juggle the 4 characters the way I see fit. So, yeah, I don't know. Flat Earther of D2 World. Oh, man. LeBron. This guy is the Flat Earther of Slashdiablo, dude. I'm telling you, like, I swear, this guy. Confirm RNG is based on characters probably level 2 each. I feel that would be a fun and a challenge. How come when I take it, I just fly straight up and get to my destination? Well, this guy is kind of clever though. I'll admit, like he does have some wits about him. I'll give him that much. But still though, checkmate scientist. All right, well, good to see chat channels back though. All right, I'm gonna move on to round number 498. I feel like that would be fun and a challenge. Okay, let me think about this for a second. Level 2 each. Okay, sure. Okay, that's fair. Then, if that's the case, you said level 2 each. You mean like 1 each? Like you run one character, I run another? Because for me, I like I'm either gonna be leveling all my characters at once, or just one character at a time, which in this case probably it sounds like one character. So no, you do 2, I do 2? Okay, that's kind of interesting. Yeah. We could do that, actually. We actually could do that, because I know that a lot of the speedrunners, what they like to do, they get like an assassin so that they get through their early game real fast, and then for their later on, and they switch over to Sork so they can just get through the game way quicker. Just a thought, nothing set in stone. All right. Yeah, I mean, you're the one who originally had brought up the idea of doing a Players 2-8, so again, there's a lot of different ways we can do it. At the end of the day, you know, I was doing this because it was something that you had suggested, so you figure out what it is you feel like doing. Yeah, and you let me know, because yeah, like, you want a level 2, I level 2, sure, we can do that. I need to pick out 2 characters level, but also it's unusual. I figure that P 2-8 or like P, you know, leveling everybody at the same time. Those would be the 2 intuitive options, I would imagine. But if you have something else in mind, then yeah, feel free to just let me know, and we can work that out. So that's good. But yeah, all right. Sounds like you guys are still on board the WoW train, Drizzle and Seth. So that's great to hear. I'm glad you guys are enjoying that. All that jazz. Yeah. Dual res light fire boots, but no faster run walk. Hey, Lamau! And I noticed that you removed, I guess, all of the underscores from your name, presumably because it was kind of difficult to actually figure out exactly how many were in there. How have you been, eh? Good to see you. Good to see you. I am now officially D2B2 rather than D2D2. I am D2, like Diablo 2 Boomer 2. I think that's the name that Seth just gave me. Because I was trying to convince some dude here that I was trying to have a discussion with this guy who apparently believes that LK is better than Chaos or Cows for farming runes, but for once I give up, dude. I don't usually say this. Normally, I'm very like, okay, I gotta convince people that, you know, they're wrong, I'm right. You know, I've ran all these stats, and, you know, different variables affect how certain areas are better or worse or whatnot. But, you know what? I just couldn't do it, man. I'm getting too old for this. I just, straight up, I saw what this guy said, I'm like, alright, go ahead, farm your fucking LK, and proceed to get boned by it when you get, like, I don't know. Well, I had both usernames, but I deleted this one and had to wait 6 months to change this account. Alright, I see. I also have something for you. Is it a mall? Ooh, that would be great. Tuber for life. I know Tuber. That's another, yeah, I know you guys like that. I like that name too, but I can't really call myself Tuber unless I'm actually rich, or, like, I actually have an abundance of wealth and runes to like, throw at you guys. And the fact of the matter is simply that I just don't have wealth and runes to throw at you guys this season, you know? Like, it's been like that for the last few seasons, so I can't call myself Tuber. I wish I could. I do have no mimals. Okay, I do have something that I've been saving for you. Okay, well, let me go check it out. When you're here, when you're free, I can go and pull it up, or you can just show me in game. You can hop into my next game if you like. D499, password is 1. I'm good whenever. Okay, come into game D499, password is 1. Been a long day, so sadly gotta go for now. Yeah, sounds good. I still appreciate you dropping by, LeBron. I'm gonna see how long I can get going for, and, well, I really appreciate you stopping by, and I hope you enjoyed yourself, especially with the flat earther of the Slashdiablo community. Anyways, thanks again. Really appreciate it. Hope you had fun, and I will see you again next time. Hopefully, yeah, next Wednesday, or sometime, if I do happen to stop by here. Mom, okay. What do you got? Yeah. Level 92 Necro too. And let's take a look at this. I'm gonna go on a limb and guess. Yep, there's that D-web. 2 and 45 D-web, it looks like. Enigma. 220. Okay, not even gonna ask. All right. Yeah, of course, 5/5 facet, or 4/5 facet. Sorry. Yeah, that'll do it. Okay. Wow, solid. Spiritual Wow, that's awesome. Thanks, dude. Let's see. I had to replace something for it. I guess this one. Yeah, thanks a ton, man. I don't really have a rune for you, but I assume that you're just essentially handing this over, which I think is fine. Hell. Oh, my bad. Yeah, it is indeed a new shape-shifting skiller, so I appreciate it. Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, I'm not surprised you haven't been playing much. It looks to me like you're pretty done for the season. You're like, your guy's like a decked out Poison Necro, and I don't really think you have many upgrades, really. And I just noticed you have a fucking 10 FCR, 42 mana, and 15 MF ring. That's pretty crazy. No res, but still. Anyway, take it easy, LeBron. Thanks for dropping by. Good luck. Yeah, thanks. Thank you a ton, Alamau. I'll put that to good use, in the words of the rogue mercenary. Anyway, that's appreciated. Let's carry on now. Hey, set amulet. Alright, let's hope for the best here. And will it be something great? Nope. No siree. No cigar. Is the stream dropping frames or is it me? Okay, so I hate to say it, but I think it's actually me, dude. There's been something very wrong with my internet the last couple of... for some time now. I think I need to talk to my ISP. I thought that for the longest time this was like only... Yeah, yeah, this is definitely on me, dude. For a while, like, this is only something that started acting up, like, I think 2 weeks ago. And last week it was fine, but it's been getting progressively worse, so I really need to talk to my ISP and figure out what the fuck's going on, because, yeah, this is unacceptable. Like, for the things that I've been doing on a day-to-day basis, I can tell that my net's dropping, but it's generally not a big deal. Because, you know, like, it's not like a constant stream or anything like that, but yeah, now, no problem. Don't want to say anything. Yeah, I noticed that I was getting drop frames too, but I just assumed, like, okay, that's, I don't think that it's going to make a huge difference, but for you guys to bring it up is great, actually. Okay, it's not great because that means that there's a problem, but it's great in the sense that, okay, now that I know that there is actually something wrong and it's actually, you know, causing problems with the stream, I'm going to need to probably tomorrow I'm gonna have to hit up my ISP and ask them, hey, yo, what the fuck, man? Like why is my net so shit? This is very unlikely, this guy's saying. Well, I wonder about that. God is fine though, which is good. Okay, well that's great. Honestly, yeah, the fact that you guys can hear the audio is solid, but I don't want to... ideally, I would just want to have... That's surprising that the audio works just fine. But anyway, ideally, I would want you guys to be able to see and hear everything just fine. So that's something I need to work out. And it's but definitely affected other things too. Like when I'm on, like if I need to like have a call with somebody, or if I'm gaming, then yeah, like these disconnects have been kind of a nuisance, but nothing too problematic. But definitely for streaming, I need to do something about it. Running the pits hard every day. I started to mix it up lately. Yeah. Farming. Oops. I was typing this thing by Andy. My golem or merc killed something that dropped a gull. Well, there you go. That guy that was complaining that he wasn't finding anything. There you go. Got his drop. You can borrow some of my bandwidth. I don't even think that's the issue. I don't know, man. I gotta actually talk to my my ISP and figure out what the fuck's going on, because those guys do some shady shit, dude. Like, one day they're just like, okay, well, we noticed some problems, and then they do something, and then everything's a-okay. So yeah, it's just the problem is trying to get on to like the phone, and then doing the, actually having to waiting out the wait time or the queue time for tech support and shit. Ugh, terrible. Oh, the whole season is canceled this season, LeBron? Ah, rip, dude. That's fucked. Did 100 runs with LK and popped a hollow log. Wait for purple. Okay, purple. On my way to kill Duriel. Alright. These guys. Well, I'm gonna keep doing my thing. I still don't know if I'll ever be finding a burr or a jaw. I mean, usually every season I find at least one burr. I think the only exception to this, up until now, all the seasons I played on Slash, was a season I played as my... I played my Pit Singer. I think that was the only season I didn't find a burr. Off of a drop, I mean, of course. When I had Spectrum, it was absolutely... Although, I guess, granted, I had run a shit ton of Countess, Summoner, Neolithak, and those weren't really prone for D keys, or those were good for key drops, but not so much for high runes. But anyway, I think I've gotten 3 jaws this season, no burrs. For me, I just don't ever really have a problem finding burrs. Like, there's a reason you guys call me 2-burr. Like, it's just because I just spawn burrs out of my ass. Like, I can't even complain that a lot of the time, if I get a high rune, it's a burr. They just straight up skip all the other lower high runes like Vex and Ohm. They just straight up give me a burr, right? Well, this season I'm not getting any high runes really, save for that one Vex. So it's definitely gonna be a very dry time, I can tell you right now. I might be lying. I feel like the wealth I have with the wealth I have to have found a burr. Ah, fair enough. When I had this start, it was absolutely hit or miss on the internet, or miss on if the internet would be okay. Now that I have FiOS, I'm good. All right. Yeah, I mean, also on here in Canada, I think our internet is a fair bit worse in terms of what choices you have. It's one shit pile or the other, more or less. There's nothing you can really do about it. Those are your 2 options, really. In search of burr break, cold. Yeah, why do I even bother looking at that? I think it's 2 seasons in a row he's dropped a burr either last day or second to last day. That's actually true. Like, yeah. I mean, just off of like the second last day, or last day, you see like a bird just fall out of the sky, like that kind of shit. Yeah, man, I don't know. D2D2 rune luck lol. Yeah, I get the high runes, just not when I need them anymore. I guess is the bottom line. Live in one of like 3 cities around me that actually has FiOS. Everyone else is stuck with garbage or garbage too. Okay. Interesting. That's... yeah. I'm glad that you at least are able to get some kind of a half-decent internet. Alright, so this is what's going to be kicking us off today on the drops list. Run number 500, Tal is a white Thresher. You can roll it for 4 OS. Well, Thresher Infin. There you go. Alright, so this was run number Tal Orb, and it was 1 cold, 2 L, and 1 fire. Tal Orb, run number 500. What? Usually it's closer to Gull. If it's 4 open socket. Yeah, this guy. Yeah, it's funny. This guy's price guesstimation. I guess he's so used to people paying Pull for smaller bases, but for Infant, obviously, it's a lot more expensive. Anyway, when we moved, I wouldn't move somewhere without Fios, so, yes. Still on Slash? Yeah, Enyo? I mean, I wouldn't know why else I wouldn't be on Slash. Nice to see you, I suppose. Yeah, would you say that there is an issue with me being on Slash? I think it's totally fine to be on Slash. A useless item, almost useless, which, talking about the, Tal Orb? I'm guessing you're talking about the Tal Orb. Okay, that's that. 4 open socket Ed Threshers on a mule right now? Oh, that's cool. D2, B2, and Slash are married? I wouldn't even say that. Definitely not married. But, I don't know. For me, the community makes the, Don't get mad. I just tried POD 2 days ago. Oh, no. Why would I get mad at you for trying POD? I actually recommend POD to people who show up to my channel. I myself am not the biggest fan of POD, but that certainly doesn't stop me from recommending it. Like, you know, I don't have to like something for me to recommend it. It's kind of like... Yeah, no, that's the easiest way I can put it, right? Like if you like POD, if you tried POD and, you know, you had fun with it, then I'm the 100% in support. You know that, Enyo, right? Engaged, okay, yeah, I can work with engaged. But no, for real though, yeah. I mean, again, like I haven't been playing Slash as much lately, just because I haven't really had, yeah, like the way my schedule works, I don't really have the time to play Slash non-stop as much as I'd love to, especially not these days, and especially not with freaking COVID as like a thing. But I definitely do try, or I do still enjoy playing Diablo 2, and I enjoy playing on Slash because of the people on the server. I enjoy playing it because of the community, and obviously because I love D2. Yes, but yeah, I think the community for sure is one of the biggest things that make the server for me. Busy taking his boomer naps. Oh yeah, you got me. What a good guess. You've caught me red-handed. Haha. Anyway, yeah, let's see where we can go from here. Okay, maybe 550, run 550 was a little too promising, especially if I'm interacting with people in-game and on chat, or in-game on chat channel and talking to you guys while doing these runs. And also having to chart down the drop results too. Yeah, like that run took 6 minutes because I had to actually go and ID that, and then chart down the drop and yada yada yada. So anyway, other things to do, but the stream was nice. Other things to do. Wait. Oh, like you've got other things to do? If so, then all right. Well, you go have yourself a good one, man. Thanks for stopping by, as always. I'm out for the night. Glad to have you back. I don't even know if you could say glad to have me back. I did a stream last Wednesday, like I said. Like I said, I'm trying to make it a thing to try and do these streams on Wednesdays. I'm not normally the biggest fan of being like, okay, well, I'm going to schedule the streams, but I just think it would be good. I think it'd just be good for you guys to know when to expect me. Makes things easier so that you guys don't all think that I'm dead, and you know, it's nice to make time for you guys every now and then, just to continue this little funny, silly mini project. Oh look, it's kind of like Amara's that almost could have been good and almost could have been useful for LLD. Got early time to watch. Even now I have to go to sleep. Oh, that's totally cool, dude. That is totally cool. I mean, just the fact that you stopped by, that's awesome, especially since I know you are a pod player now. You don't have time for classic D2 with silly old me. But yeah, I guess the next step for me should be to actually start the stream a little bit earlier so that you guys aren't catching me at a time when y'all are about to sleep. And this applies to both you, Enyo, and Elamau as well. Have a good night, Elamau. Thanks again for stopping by. I hope you had fun as always. And yeah, it's always a pleasure to see and hear from you. Hope you had fun, and I will see you again next time. Next Wednesday, hopefully. Like I said, trying to get these Wednesday streams up and going is my plan here. Sleep? Who's she? Okay. Socketing the Thresher. Good luck. Now all we need is ZZZ. I'm wondering where ZZZ is because I know he made a post asking where I was. And here I am. Anyway. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Alright, anyway, yeah. Rainbow, I think, was trying to help this guy with what builds could potentially use passive and magic, but sadly, there's really no mainstream builds that use it. Like, if one of the... Oh, hey look, it's an IK helm. Not bad. Maybe might be worth holding on to that. Anyway, 39 MF IK helm. Damn, a lot of set and uniques today. So what was I saying here? Yeah, so, I mean, there is a build that could use it. That build is the, like, a Valkyrie's on. I know that was one that I'd come up with a while ago, and I actually had wanted to show that in the season with the Zon, but I didn't quite get around to it. You could try to, like, with passive and magic skiller GCs, you could try to boost the shit out of your Valkyrie, but that's probably just not gonna happen, right? Like, I'd say, like, yeah, the vast majority of people are just not gonna make a Valkyrie Zon. Yeah, you really have to go out of your way. You gotta pick, like, one specific season that this just ain't it, bro. Thorns does damage if you dodge or evade. I actually don't know. I hate to say it, but I actually have no idea if that's the case or not. But either way, I don't even know if it matters so much because, like, the reality is most monsters just don't do as much damage. Like what? A monster does like 100 damage, but they have like 10,000 health. So you just had to do so much damage. Like even without dodge, avoid, evade, the reality is the problem with Thorns is just how much damage you are reflecting back against monsters who don't do that much damage, but have way, way, way too much health. For reflecting damage to actually be worth the damn. So you could make a passive Thorns on. Oh yeah, now you're thinking. It's a great measure for sure, or a great idea for sure, what you've come up with there, right? Like a very unique and unusual build. Unfortunately, yeah, again, like I don't know if anyone's ever really going to go out of their way to make such a thing. So yeah, passive and magic, like skillers, people just aren't going to really be holding on to them. $501 Moz runs. Still keeping track since start of season. Yeah. Some type of hipster. Ah, this King Chippo guy. Something like that. Thought it would be fun to try something different. So I went with 1K Moz runs. Yeah, I kind of want to hero editor it. Might do that tomorrow. Yeah, sure. Go right ahead. See how well that works. Although again, I just like what I would start off with if I were to try and theory craft a character is the best case scenario. Okay. A Thorn Zon has its limitations. Limitations in the sense that at the end of the day, you're limited to how much your equipment will give you in terms of thorns, like what level thorns aura you get. If you're playing as a paladin, you could probably boost the living shit out of thorns to like level 40, level 50, you know, probably with the right equipment, no biggie. But the big catch here is that obviously, even if you like this is why I'm saying, like, I would rather start off with a paladin, because what I would do is with a paladin I would actually try to max out thorns. Like I would go like try like level 50 thorns and see if even level 50 thorns will be worthwhile. If level 50 thorns isn't worthwhile, like in terms of reflecting damage, then it'll be obviously less so with a passive Zon. Even if the dodge mechanic works with thorns, at the end of the day, you just don't kill anything. So I don't know. That's the first thing that comes to mind. That's just my thoughts. Okay. My one disappointment is that 50 Thorns Brand, I think that's the Thorns How and Bramble. Okay, see how that does on a pally? Sure. I also feel like it might be interesting to, well, 50 Thorns Brand. You can do it on pally? Oh, I'd be most interested to see, like, maxed out Thorns and Iron Maiden, I think. Like, maxed out Iron Maiden. I actually kind of want to, you know what, give me a sec. Let me actually crunch the numbers quickly. Not gonna look into it too deeply, but skill calc D2. Now, if with a paladin you went, let's say, 50 on thorns, you're reflecting 2,210% of damage. So if a monster hits you for 50, 22. Yeah, you're reflecting 1,100 damage with thorns. Now, if I were to somehow go necro with Iron Maiden, let's say, yeah, let's say level 50 Iron Maiden, 1425. So you could actually probably reflect something like, I don't know, 36. Actually doesn't sound too bad. 1,800 damage reflect with these characters. Or if you were to, you know, go like 50 Iron Maiden and 50 Thorns. Like, again, this is all hypothetical, but yeah, I don't know. Bow, not how. Okay. I forgot Iron Man's a thing. Yeah, well, there you go. So that's the plan for you. You let me know how that goes. That's good though. Theory crafting new builds is always good. Again, I'm not trying to discourage you. Of course, when it comes to making new builds, I'm always like, yeah, I'm all gung ho for it. But I remember trying to make a Thorns type character, and I was like, yeah, this just doesn't do enough damage. Like, okay, if you're in like Nightmare, maybe, but hell, Put rune words in the worst quality gear possible, but with no dex, 0 armor thorns build. What I'm kind of curious about is if bone armor. If bone armor actually like works with thorns, right? Like, because if you're a necro, you could rock like a bunch of like thorns items, and then throw Iron Maiden on everything. Then you pop bone armor, and then you take no physical damage, but monsters that whack you will obviously take a lot of damage. So, yeah, I don't know. A lot of different ways you could try to make that work out. Can you get Iron Maiden ones? You can, but it's not... Actually, I don't think so. Now that I think about it, I actually don't think so. I don't think that Iron Maiden is actually available on wands. Terror, Weaken, Dim Vision are lower res, of course, yes. But I don't think Iron Maiden is there. Otherwise, probably, like, you could go into a duel and just Iron Maiden wand somebody. That's probably why no such thing exists. I could go away for 30 minutes, come back, still no burrs, jaws, or mauls. Yeah, well, sorry, it's been a very unlucky day, dude. I mean, sorry I wasn't able to get a maul for you immediately. Hey, there you go! Now that's a start. Be faster on walk. I got a Geeds. Oh, wow, that is a fantastic Geeds. That is a fantastic Geeds. I actually do need to mule that off, though. Oh shit, I actually can't stash that. I can't, Can I get somebody to come and pick up this? Ooh, I actually just realized picking up the Geeds might be a little bit more complicated than I thought. Since I don't actually have a second character available. How's this gonna work? Hey, Darka, what's up? 502, run number 502. 160 gold find, 39 MF, 13 vendor. Geeds? You log on your character. Yeah, but you have a Geeds on your character, don't you? Yeah. Alright, yes, you good luck charmed it. 502 gold chest. That was a fantastic find. It's a really good find. Charcy it easy. Oh yeah, let's just you know, gotta make that power play, or that power move. Just sell it. No, I can't, man. It's I don't think I do. Why can't you mule it? So it's a hell game. I can't just up and, well, I mean, I guess I could just up and leave out of the game once I permit, but I'd rather not risk like the game closing on me, you know? So yeah, I actually need a second character, but I don't have a second character to pick up this Geeds. Oh yeah? Okay. Well, I actually don't have the password for your account either, so that's part of the issue. Okay. Yes. Just open and look, Hall 3 Watcher. I can only carry one Geeds at a time, so that's the issue. I can't pick up both Geeds and then go into a norm game and then drop it off. Well, wait, yeah, I can only do one at a time. It's definitely not the same on all. Yeah, I can access your purple account. I can't access your green cable account. So yeah, that's part of the issue here. Yeah. So yeah, I thought you could have a stat. No. That's what I was actually gonna do, and then I thought about it, and I was like, wait a second, I can't do that. I have the brain space to remember more than one password. Well, evidently you have more than one password because I can't access your freaking other account. Shoot, Bureau of Okay, yeah, you go check that out, and yeah, we'll work that out. I mean, worst case scenario, I'll just have to YOLO it, but I'd rather not do that if possible. Can you have one cube and one inventory? Nope, it's one per character, and that's that. So I gotta actually have another account that can pick this shit up. If it were pluggy, obviously it's a different story. There you can actually mule it, I think. Here you obviously can't, so it's the story. Anyway, so yeah. Offer it for trade? I could, but I'd rather keep it. What's a 39 worth? Probably... No one really gives a shit about anything other than 40 most of the time. Honestly, probably like Mal, if I were to really guesstimate, although it's hard to say at this point in the ladder. Early ladder might have been easier to price, but like, now it's like... It's been like a month since ladder reset. So yeah, I've already guesstimated. Not a mall, a mal. No, you found your password. Okay, good. Well, don't write it here, of course. Okay, so you can pick it up. If so, then that's great. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, one of the disadvantages of not having a second character. Didn't know it was different. Yeah, well, apparently it is. Oh, I was debating. Yeah. Well, still, you get the idea. Want an no, I'm good. Thank you. Don't need no GC. Okay, well, can you deliver to a Norm game? I'm gonna go pick it up with, here, let me go see if I can find it. I'm gonna pick it up with my Mule's account. I think it would be Welts. Okay, there you go. Yeah, game name D, password D. Yeah, I'm absolutely sure. Just, drop by. Let me go and pick that up, and then I think we'll, be good to go. Yeah, too many things being found that are kind of like eating up time. Which kind of sucks, but oh well. I don't think I'm going to be able to hit the goal that I was intending to. Fund the stream, or hashtag fund the stream, yeah thanks, Seth. For the stream time? No dude, it's okay, it's okay, just, I don't really need an thank you though. My character is pretty well set right now, appreciate it though, thanks. Didn't you once say that games got like permed in like 10 seconds? Yeah, usually yeah. That's often the case, but I didn't want to, yeah, they do. Still, I didn't want to risk losing a 39 MF Geeds in case something went wrong, with that, like, in case I was wrong about that. Besides, the other thing too is like I'm already at Mausoleum. This is the other really big thing. I didn't want to actually go and transfer that shit off. Like I figured Seth had like an account. I didn't want to like grab the Geeds because I have to run all the way back to Mausoleum. And then finish the run. I don't know. Yeah. I just have to look for Insight Runes anymore. Yeah, great. Free as lacquered plate. Yeah, mostly I just didn't want to gamble it. On 3 Watcher. That's just the main issue. Like, I wouldn't even say gamble it, but it's like yeah, games don't close right away if you perm them for 10 minutes. At least that's my understanding of it, but I don't want to. I'm 99.99% sure that's the case. I don't want to risk the 0.01, despite the fact that that's what I tell people. Yes, that's the bottom line here. Anyway, I'm gonna carry on. Was life without taking risks? Yeah, you'd know all about that, wouldn't you? You've seen me take plenty of risks already. And that's how I met your mother. Whoa. Hey Muse, long time no see. Tuber will soon find tubers. Get hype. Yeah, that's a nice one. I gotta admit, I gotta give you props for that. What the? This is not the right difficulty. Alright, carrying on here. Oh yeah, they're all knighted. Oh, that's just lovely. Alright, let's skedaddle here. It's supposed to be a secret. I don't want people to know you're my stepdad. Oh, oof, A. Lamau is gonna be jealous. I mean, he always called me dad, so yeah, there can be only one, I'm afraid. Only one son, and well, here you are. Okay, anyway. Yeah, I gotta really figure out this net issue though. That's another another thing to add to the list of technical problems that I encounter for whatever reason. Hey, Coaster, what's up? I see you stopping by. Yeah, how was your stream? Oh, okay, I'm just gonna full rejuve it. I alt-tabbed quickly. I didn't realize that he had conviction, so that was it's pretty solid. Yeah, Coaster. Hope you're doing well. How are things going with you? How's your stream? Like, I see that you were playing some Project Zomboid not too long ago. I am starving. Alright, well, now's the time to go grab yourself some grub. And besides, I know that... Yeah, yeah, so Chat Channel is back. I remember this was something I was going to ask you about. So Chat Channel is back now. I'm guessing you probably haven't been playing much of Slash, but yeah, I was going to ask if you have been playing Slash, because yeah, so Chat Channel is finally back. So I don't know if that has motivated you to continue your journey to finish your hybrid summoner. You played a little bit, that's good, that's good. Now I'm hooked on other games. Okay, that's great to hear too. I mean, I know that there were other people like Seth who have been playing a lot of WoW Classic or WoW on a private server. So yeah, I can definitely see the appeal, getting hooked on other games. That's good. So aside from Project Zomboid and presumably Minecraft, are there other games, or is it just those two that you're on board with right now? Let's go down this way. Probably after this run, I'm gonna grab myself some water, and like it'll be just a short mini break, and then I'll continue like in no time at all. The chat bot blunder bombed hard. Yeah, I can kind of see why you would say it like that. Yeah, it definitely kills the momentum. There you go. That's the word I'm looking for. It kills the momentum a little bit in a way, right? Like a lot of why people enjoy playing on Slash so much is because of Chat Channel. Like even the really ridiculous, stupid arguments that people have. It's kind of funny to watch and listen to. Just random people just talking shit to each other. Or if it's, you know, good vibes, like people like, oh yeah, thanks for the help, guys, or like asking for advice. It's like, kind of gives you, it's kind of like gaming, but you get to chat with other people while you do it. Okay, well apparently I got stuck right here. Alright, fantastic. Anyway, yeah, so once you get rid of that, it kinda definitely kills the flow of like your season, right? Like you're like playing, and then all of a sudden you gotta stop and then be like, oh shit, well now I'm just playing essentially single player in a way. And I think that's kind of how you felt, and then you just didn't really feel like going, and that's part of the reason why. Both games are huge time sinks. I see. Yeah, I could imagine as much. Yeah, Minecraft was something that I'd always, well, I mean, among many other games, such as like Path of Exile, for example, it was a game that I'd always wanted to have a chance to try out. Yeah, but I just haven't ever really gotten around to it. Just not enough time to juggle like playing on Slash at the same time. I want to try all these other games and whatnot out too. There's just too many out there, unfortunately. Full as all screwed, everyone steps away and then they don't come back. Well, and especially with the what's it called, a POD reset too. I think some people did hop off to switch over to that, so that was the thing too. Want to play? We have a spot for you on our server. Oh, well, I appreciate that. Thank you, Coaster. Yeah, but yeah, I don't think I'll be taking you up on that. At least not at the moment. Just because, yeah, I'm not really. I mean, already it's just like this character. Like, if I had more free time, probably what I would want to do is one, do a budget singer video, and two, to do more streams on Slash. But I don't even have the time to do that, unfortunately. What have you been playing? Not much. I've actually been doing a lot more real life stuff, more than anything else. Which might come as a bit of a surprise because of COVID, but in reality, because of COVID, I've actually been busier than than what I would have even expected. That's as much as I can really say about it. Yeah. The occasional League game here and there. Let's see. Did I play Dota? No, I didn't play Dota lately. Yeah, that's about it. That is about it. And also, I've been watching streams. That's the other thing. I haven't really been myself playing a lot. But I have been watching streams. And, yeah, Call of Duty Modern Warfare. There you go. And Fall Guys. Those two games. I've seen a lot of hype for those lately. Now, not everyone's going to be on board with it. I know you have your opinions about COD Modern Warfare. You said you tried it, you didn't really like it, for understandable reasons. But at the very least, watching people play, especially Warzone, is actually pretty fun. There's more demands for his OnlyFans vids. He has to pose more for his fangirls during COVID. Yeah, I mean, how else am I going to make money, man? I think I'm going to be making... Whoa, okay, that lag. I think I'm going to be making, like, the big bucks by hanging out here and streaming Slash. No way, man. I got to make a living, too. Money is everything in this world. COD MW is not good, but the Warzone is different. Oh, really? That's a bit of a surprise. I thought that you just disliked the game as a whole. Is even worse. I don't know. But for me, I watch people play Warzone, and I'm like, wow, this actually looks like a lot of fun. And yeah, those people that I watch, like Tfue, and just other, like, I want to say high-level Warzone players, it's actually a thrill, honestly, watching how they play. It feels like, in a way, it feels like they've kind of mastered the game. Like, I don't know how else to put it, right? Like, I watch how they move, I watch how they fight, I watch how they push, how their aggression, and they're freaking crazy-ass players. And it looks like I'm stuck again. I noticed that in bear form, I think my hitbox collision or whatever is much larger, because I seem to have a knack for just getting stuck all the time. Look at this shit. Like, bruh, am I still stuck? Yeah, look at that. Is it because of the barrels? Could that be it? Yeah, it's either the barrels or this guy's saying, is anyone else repeatedly DCing? So maybe there's like a ping issue, I don't know. But I think it's more just a hitbox collision issue. I shouldn't even call it hitbox, but anyway, whatever. Even a donate button would be good. I could donate a whole CAD for like 75 US cents. It's a bargain. That's true. That is very true. Playing is frustrating because of many reasons. Yeah, no, that is very fair too. That is very fair. Like, that's another reason why I think, that's one reason why I watch people when it comes to Warzone. Fall Guys, on the other hand, well, actually, it's kind of the same thing for Fall Guys. Like, it's something that just looks like a lot of fun. I hate to say it, and it's new, and it's not like you have to know the game inside out. It's relatively easy to pick up. It's like, I don't know. There's just something I like about that game. I think its simplicity, like, in how you really only have 7 buttons that you press, right? That for me is very enticing about Fall Guys. If I'm being completely honest. But anyway, that's, yeah. Yeah, it just looks like a really fun game. And same with Warzone. Modern Warfare, even Modern Warfare, I'd like regular Modern Warfare, not Warzone. Modern Warfare, like regular Modern Warfare, is fun to watch, but I just don't think I would ever want to play it, like the multiplayer, or at least not. I don't know. It just, I don't like the way the maps seem like are designed, like some of them, from what I've seen. Like I've seen like Azir Cave, and I'm just like, I mean, most of this isn't gonna make sense to the majority of you guys who are listening, but basically it just looks like a boring game. Like the multiplayer looks pretty fucking boring. I don't know how else to put it. Like, and I remember having a discussion with Coaster about this, but yeah, like for me, I look at it, I'm just like, fuck that. Like, it just looks like ass. So, anyway. Fall Guys is cool. Have you played it yet, Coaster? I mean, I know A. Lamau was playing it for a while, quite a bit a while back, and I know that. Yeah, I know that he was saying that, yeah, that's what he was playing for a while. I think just before the slash reset, or was it just after? It was just after the slash reset. It was when I went missing for like a week and a half, and then all of you thought that I had mysteriously died because my Fireclaws Druid sucked so much ass or whatever. I think when I talked to A. Lamau, he was like, yeah, I've been playing a lot of Fall Guys, and like I was like, well, Fall Guys? No, none of the fuck is that, right? Like, and I went to go check it out, and I was like, this actually looks like a really fun game. So I like dug up all these streams and I actually checked it out. I'm like, damn, this is pretty cool. And it actually looks like a really well-maintained game too. So yeah, I don't know what more to say than that. But yeah, even a donate button would be good. I can donate. Oh, so yeah, 75 cents. Even I think that's too much. You don't want to go broke. D2 is worth every penny. Well, that's appreciated. Playing some Terraria as well. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I know that you were playing Terraria a while ago. That was one of the games that you had, I had seen you streaming aside from Diablo and Project Zomboids, I think a while back. So yeah, nice to see that you're having fun with Terraria. That's one of the games which I've heard a lot about, but wasn't particularly interested in trying out. But I've definitely had friends who have played it, and they've said all kinds of good things about it. And it's, yeah, no, that's pretty cool. I'm glad you have a lot of things to keep you busy. PNB, Necro Summon Trap and M8 plus 34 G. I don't need any of these. I'm gonna grab some drink, or I'm gonna grab some water. Grab a drink quickly. Talk to you guys in a sec. One moment. Whoa, yeah. All right, I'm back. But yeah, not many good games comes out. Yeah, no, I kind of agree. Like normally I would like play devil's advocate and be all like, well, what about this game or that game? But I find myself okay. Yeah, I find myself getting disappointed more often than not for the games that look like they're going to be good and then just turn out to be a flop. Like it takes, I don't know, there's just a lot of games I look at and I'm like, it just doesn't look that interesting. Or like here's a good example. Well, maybe it's not a good example because it hasn't been released yet, but let's talk about like for example Cyberpunk 2077. That's a game that, or was it 2277, 2177? I don't really care. That game's supposed to be coming out, and a lot of people are super hyped for it. But I could give a shit less about it. I don't really. It just doesn't, like, the theme just doesn't vibe well with me. Like I don't like the cyberpunk theme. Like it just doesn't resonate with me. You know, like, and it's like that with a lot of games that come out that a lot of people are hyped for, but I'm just not interested in. I'm trying to think of other. Well, yeah, that's just the bottom line. Looking at other games that were really hyped, like The Last of Us 2, for example, that was a game that was really hyped, and it turned out to be ass, right? Call of Duty Modern Warfare, I've heard that, well, I mean, even looking at this blurb that you wrote, like yeah, it sounds to me like Modern Warfare is a game which just didn't achieve its full potential, in one way or another. And yeah, like a lot of games, it's just there aren't. Well, I shouldn't say there aren't many good games that come out because it's kind of a subjective what's a good game and what's not. But yeah, there's just yeah. It's hard to find like a gem, It's hard to find like a game that you look at and it's like, damn, dude, that was a great game. The closest thing I think I've seen to that lately is Fall Guys. Like Fall Guys is actually something that looks like a lot of fun, and I can't even really say lives up to the hype because it didn't really start off as a game which everyone was hyped for. But the fact that I don't know, it's just it just looks really well done, and it's simplistic and it's accessible, right? Like, anyway, not a lot of games which you see like that nowadays. It's straightforward to the punch, and it's just like, okay, well, here it is. Like, name me another game like that that's been out lately. Not very many. Quahagen's 505. Quahagen's 505. Anyway, but I will say, this is the, yeah, like, this is the, I could barely contain my excitement when you had brought this up. Hype for Baldur's Gate 3. Now that is something that I'm hyped for too. I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty fucking hyped for Baldur's Gate 3 too. I don't know when it's coming out. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna take a look. I remember seeing it. I remember looking at the release date, and then I just forgotten about it. September 30, 2020. Oh shit, yo, that's pretty fucking exciting. Yeah, no, I'm hyped for Baldur's Gate 3. That's one of the very few games like I was looking at. I'm like, ooh, this looks like it could be a lot of fun because, I mean, I was looking for like games to play with other people, and I just don't have good games that I can play with other people. Or, sorry, I shouldn't even say good games, right? Like, talk about newer games. Like, I want to try something new, something different, something that hasn't yet been released, you know? Like, yeah, Terraria, Minecraft, those have been out for a while, right? Like, old school RuneScape, those have been out for a long time. I want to actually try something brand new that sounds cool and fun and exciting, and honestly, yeah, when I discovered Baldur's Gate 3, I was like, shit, dude, like, this sounds like it's gonna be a really cool game, alright? Now, whether or not the game lives up to its hype is a completely different story. I guess that's something we're gonna be finding out if the game gets released a month from now. So I'm a little bit worried about that. You think Cyberpunk is gonna be a flop? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Like, honestly, here's the thing, I'm largely indifferent to Cyberpunk, right? Like, I don't have an opinion about it. Like, normally with games, I'm like, yeah, okay, it's like, okay, but, like, really for Cyberpunk, I'm just like, okay, this is a game which a lot of people seem to really be excited about, but I'm personally like, looking at the game, it just doesn't look like a game that I would play. Not even just in terms of, like, the gameplay, but just the theme. Like, I'm not very much of a futuristic type, like, I don't know. Normally I'm all for like gameplay, but just the aesthetics don't really capture me with Cyberpunk 2077. Having said that, if it turns out to be a great game, then that's fantastic, but I also feel like from what I've heard and seen of the game, it's like it's kind of overhyped. Like a lot of people I feel like are just all like, oh, this is gonna be freaking amazing, it's gonna be fantastic, and then it's gonna I hate to say it, but yeah, like when you say you think it's gonna be a flop, I imagine that part of the reason for this is just that yeah, like a lot of people seem to have some high expectations with this game, and I think like probably it's gonna be hard to reach all of those expectations that so many different people have for this game. But anyway, give a shit about Cyberpunk. I know the tactics of game devs for teasers and these kinds of games need to have very good atmosphere and lots of details. It needs to have great immersion, lots of additional content, lots of. Yeah, I can guarantee that they will not cover all of that. Yeah, fair enough. Lots of little gizmos. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about gizmos or what. I just from like not even talking about like the details of the game. It's just like it's a game which a lot of people have really high hopes for, I feel like, and it's very difficult to find a game that will reach all those expectations. That's really just the bottom line for me. Not even talking about the itsy bitsy little mini details. Just that alone kind of worries me, I guess. Anyway, what else were you talking about here? Yeah, but look, 10 to 5 years ago, you had pretty much the guarantee that all games that came out would be decent or good, and would at least run properly. Now you don't even know if it'll run. Oh yeah, that's true. Oy, a mall. That's nice. Yeah. All right. Alright, it is a plain maul, and it's got a 5% chance to cast amplify damage, guys. If that's not PogChamp, I don't know what is. A Skull Grinder Maul. Alright, that is Maul number 11. Alright. Game devs keep alienating their fan base too. Yeah, games are just blind or have potential to be amazing. Yes. Yeah, I agree. Most games are perpetually stuck in pre-release. Well, yeah, that's a completely different discussion. Trust me, like that could last us hours. Okay, it's so fucking stupid that some games are stuck in pre-release. Like, yeah, I mean Diablo 4 is another one of these examples, I think. But anyway, yeah, like I said, that encompasses its own branch of conversation. Like, I agree with you that yeah, they just don't put it like. There's a lot of games for which they simply don't reach the full potential of that game. I agree. I honestly absolutely agree with that. Yeah. I think one of the best examples that come to mind right off the top of my head is League, and not everyone's gonna agree with me on this, which I totally get, and you know maybe I'm dead wrong, but like one of the reasons why I stopped playing League in the first place is just I didn't really like their balancing schema for the game, which more or less just evolved into more damage for everybody if they were not performing as well as they wanted them to be. And of course, these patches would also seemingly coincide with any time a new skin gets released for that character. So it's kind of like, oh, hey, look at that blue unearthed wand. Well, that's a shame. That could have been good. Anyway, yeah, I just feel like they just aren't really trying. Like they're not trying to make the game for the fan, or they are, right? Like they're trying to market it to the fan base, but they care more about making the big bucks than actually like trying to make a good product. I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense, but yeah, I do agree. That is how I feel about some of the games out there. I think The Last of Us 2 is another very good example of this, right? Like you said, it was so fucking bad. Like how do I even explain this? I myself have never played The Last of Us 1. I know what happens in The Last of Us 1 from start to finish because again, I'm a spoiler. You know, I read spoilers, like whatever. I care more about the plotline, what happens, than actually playing through the entire fucking all that gameplay myself, right? And I feel like TLOU 2 just did everybody dirty. Like fucking everyone dirty. Yeah, no, I really don't know how else to put it, and it just goes to show. It's like you know, they built up a lot of hype for it, but their story fucking sucked ass. Like, apparently the gameplay was solid, alright, fine. And this is something I noticed, too, about a lot of games lately. Like, or not even just games, but, like, even... anyway, let's just focus on games for this one. A lot of games, there seems to be certain aspects that are great and other aspects that suck, you know? It's very rare that you get anything in between nowadays. They're either fantastic, or certain aspects of the game are either fantastic or really shit. Like I think GG Malls, hey Fatty, what's up? Killed the entire franchise on. Oh, there's gonna be a TLOU 3. Oof. Well, yeah, I can only imagine who's gonna want to dig in on that one. Anyway, because back in the days they had to make good products in order to succeed. The Last of Us 2 is a big middle finger to the entire fan base. Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, some people actually liked it, and some people like aspects of the game, which I think is fair, right? You can like aspects of a game. That's totally okay. Like, if you liked how the gameplay was, sure, fine. But again, like they could have done better than that. They really could have done better than that with the TLOU 2 storyline. But they didn't. Instead, like I've always felt like if you want to make a successful game, you look at what people liked about, or sorry, not a successful game, but a successful sequel. You should really be looking at like what people liked the most about the first game and maximize that, and try to minimize the things that people didn't like about the first game, right? You build upon the successes of your first game and you learn from your mistakes. But what ends up, I don't know, man, like for some reason they just took a complete 180. Like they go from focusing on the relationship between Ellie and Joel, and they just anyway. Lots of game clones too, borrow the mechanics from others, but don't really have anything unique to it. They're just a washed-up version of another. Yeah. None of them have what it takes to carry themselves. Yeah, reuse mechanics. That's another issue too. Yeah, I don't even. I'm trying to think of a series that just goes year after year. I think Battlefield. I think that's one fun example. Oh, I noticed that Battlefield. I really can't tell the difference between any of the Battlefields at this point. They're all the bloody same. I remember once upon a time, like, difference between Battlefield 2, Battlefield 2142, Battlefield Bad Company, all were very clear. Then after that, yeah, after that I just let the success go to their head and take their fans for granted and thought their true fans will follow us through anything. The first game, they're trying really hard to get people in the game. Yeah, maybe that was their thought process. I don't know. Maybe that could have very well been it. Whatever the case, I don't even care what their thought process is. I care about the final outcome, right? Like, if they want to be greedy, then so be it. Go right ahead. But there's ways to be greedy and still, you know, please the people who you're trying to give the game to. Like, what the fuck, man? Anyway, but yeah, there's a lot of stuff that we're talking about though, for sure. I hear you though. Like, with I agree with a lot of what you said, and you know, usually sometimes I have quite like very vastly different opinions from what you have, right? But in this case, I do actually agree that yeah, a lot of these game devs could, or maybe the companies that are like producing these games, they could do a much better job, but they don't. Like again, like sometimes this isn't entirely a fault of game developers per se. I think like maybe I'm mistaken on like technical lingo, but like I think the people who write the story might be different from the people who actually like program the game. And in fact, I think from what I've heard, TLOU 2 gameplay, people actually like the gameplay. It's just the story that fucking sucked, and that really ruined it for a lot of people. So, more than anything else, it's the story writers to blame on that one. Although this is becoming a recurring trend where the story fucking sucks ass. Try to think of another good example here. Well, not have any off the top of my head. Agreeing on something, when did I die? Oh no, we agree on stuff for sure. We do agree on stuff. It's just that sometimes, yeah, like there's certain things which, you know, I'll be like, okay, well, this is how I think certain things are, and you know, it'll be the same for Coaster. Coaster has his opinion how certain things are or should be. Like the way certain aspects of Slash, you know, like sometimes we'll agree or disagree, or like we have differing opinions of certain people, whatever, right? But when it comes to the game industry, like, I just had to fucking scratch my head. Like, I straight up, I wish I had a better way of putting it, but I legit just had to scratch my head sometimes and say, like, what the fuck were these people thinking? Another good example for you, Fallout 2 versus Fallout, well, pretty much, like, the new Fallout 4. Like, yeah, a lot of people love Fallout 4, but it doesn't even look like Fallout to me anymore, or it doesn't really feel or play like Fallout. Or Fallout 1 or 2 did. Maybe they wanted to cater to a new generation or whatever, I don't know. But anyway, whatever. D2D2, hey Fatty, welcome back. We all missed you. Well, yeah, I was back since, well, I've been back for a while. I've been trying to do Wednesday streams. Wednesday. The thing is, like, yeah, a lot of people thought I had just, like, because I'd been gone for a while, that I had just, you know, died or something, but no, I just was busy and I couldn't really pull time in to do my streams, and I just there were sometimes I did have the time but I didn't feel like it. So finally I sat down and I tried to figure stuff out, and I decided that, yeah, I'd be doing regular Wednesday streams. Now, I don't know, like, the timing on the Wednesday streams, but I'm going to try to do at least one Wednesday stream a week is my plan. And then on Wednesday nights for me, yeah. Now, the thing I'm going to point out, though, is that next week... Wait, let me just look at this. Let me just double check this. Yeah, next Wednesday, I'm going to have a stream, and then I'm going to be following it up with a stream on Sunday. So, yeah, I'm going to be doing Players 2.8 with Seth on Sunday. Or not this Sunday, but the following Sunday. So that's kind of exciting. I'm hoping that it'll be a lot of fun for both of us, and it'll be something new to show you guys. So yeah. Fallout 76 is a nightmare. They took 2 takes at it and failed both. Yeah, right? Maggot Lair project again. 820 runs done. Alright, sounds good, dude. Let me know how it goes. That sounds like a lot of fun. I've been playing many new games. Now my only hopes rely on indie developers, because those guys still have to try to make good shit to sell their games. Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree, right? Like, here's the thing. As an indie developer, you have the creative freedom to do what you want, and what indie developers tend to do is they try to make shit that they think people are going to like, and what that means is they have to actually do the like the research on, like, okay, well, what, or well, at least the thought process. They gotta kind of like, they gotta look at their own product and be like, okay, is this something that people are going to be interested in? Is this something that that people are, that's going to sell, right? It's not like Call of Duty or Battlefield, like they'll just roll out a new entry for their series, and obviously people are going to buy it no matter what. They don't have to put any effort. They don't have to put any effort into the games they make. They could freaking just slap together crap and then just say, there you go, $70 price tag, and yeah, people will still buy it. But any developer, you actually had to put a lot of effort into making sure that the people who bid and mal, what the fuck kind of deal is that? That's way too good. Anyway, yeah, like for indie developers, it's like you got a much tougher path because you got to start from somewhere. So you got to know your audience, and you got to know what they want to buy, or at least try to sell something that you think that they would want to buy. So anyway, 1K full clear chaos run project thread. Yeah, I recall glancing over it. Yeah, I recall glancing over it. Let's see. Well, let me try and refresh myself. One moment. Where are you? Where's your post, Fatty? Dear Slashdiablo community. Okay. Oh, I didn't even realize that you actually made a poll too. I just want to know what the results of these votes are, but whatever. Anyway, let's pull up your old thread here. Maggot layer meta. That's funny. Maggot layer always fades out. Alright, hold on a sec. Submitted. Here we go. Drop result of 1,000 Chaos Sanctuary runs full clear. Death Cleaver on run 1. Yeah, you got your 2015 Griff's Eye. That's what it was. And you also found a COA. But in all these runs, you found only one high rune, I think, or 2 high runes. So I think it looks like 2 high runes. Yeah, you had mentioned that. Yeah, I ran like 1,000 runs with only 1 high rune, but you also did find 2 orange boxes. It's so funny, like, funny how RNG works. For me, it's the complete opposite. I'll find 10 high runes, but only, well, 0 oranges, straight up. I don't know how else to put it. That's such a steal, though. Well, it's 1 light, 7 faster run walk GC. For Mal. What the hell? Somebody must have had a field day with that. Anyway, let me address one of the other things that you had talked about earlier, though. Firstly, yeah, like I said, Baldur's Gate 3. I've seen like the fact that it's co-op play and that I could play, with multiple people. I'm really excited for that. I just don't feel like there's too many good games that offer that kind of adventure nowadays that are new and coming out. At least not the last time I checked to try and look for such a game. Um, yeah, you were saying that for Modern Warfare, all maps are designed for camping. You have point A and point B with 1 to 2 paths between the two. So you just end up camping one and waiting. Huge spawn problems. You can get spawn camp. The game doesn't pick a new spawn point based on enemy presence. So they just shower you with a barrage of bullets. You just repeatedly die. Yeah, again, that's I hate to say it, but yeah, I from what I've seen of COD Modern Warfare multiplayer, this is the case more often than not. And the game just is inherently frustrating in how it's designed. And yeah, but again, yeah, I mostly just watch people play Warzone, but every now and then I see people play multiplayer, yes. Um, yep. I wanted to buy games for the Steam Summer Sale and ended up buying very few games. I find myself always going back to my old games. Yeah, yeah, no, I hear ya. Part of the issue too, I find, is it's really hard to like. There's just too many games out there that I would want to try, right? And it's much easier for me to stick to a game I know very well, but actually try to like, I shouldn't say challenge myself, but like try different things in the game, because like in a lot of games people say, oh yeah, I've tried everything there is to do in this game, and that's that, right? But for me, like, I'm playing Diablo 2, and even right now, I'm playing on Slash. This season I'm trying a brand new build that I've never tried before, a Fireclaws Druid, and I'm running it in an area that I've never run before, the Mausoleum, right? Like, and other times I try to do things like the Swapcast Ellie Boazon, right? Like, it's a Boazon, like, it's a build that a lot of people play, but it's got a unique take on it in the sense that I run an Enigma, like, just everything about it is different. The playstyle, the build, and yeah, it's like, it's something unusual, right? I'm not just making the same character that everyone else made. And it was also my first time actually running a Boazon in the first place, right? Like, even in a game like Diablo 2, and this is, again, not the only case, not the only game for which this is the case, there's always something different to try, I feel like. Like, even talking to Seth earlier, he said he wants to make a Thorns like a Thorns passive Zon, right? That's a really cool idea. I've never even thought up of something like that. Or a Coaster with his machine gun blazer, or like his hybrid summoner. Like, there's just so many different things that you can do in this game. Just as an example, this isn't just praise for Diablo 2, by the way. Like, normally I would be saying this as praise for Diablo 2, but I'm just saying, like, there's just so many, just for Diablo 2 alone, like, I don't even have enough time to do all the things I want to do in Diablo 2, believe it or not. Now, I can't imagine, like, hopping back and forth to, like, some new game that came out to, like, oh, Fall Guys, or no, Modern Warfare is the new hot thing, then Fall Guys is the next hot thing, and then like, Valorant is the next hot thing, right? Like, I can't imagine just hopping back and forth between all these, like, these games that are, like, really, people are super hyped for. Or just new releases, right? Like, even Path of Exile is something that I've wanted to try for a really long time, and I just simply haven't gotten around to that. Same with Minecraft. Like, I just don't have the time to try everything when there's already games that I spent a lot of time on that I haven't yet finished figuring out everything there is to see about that game. And not everyone's the same way. There's some people who don't really care much for that. Like, I know people who, yeah, they feel like they've gotten enough out of Diablo 2 that, they can just say, alright, well, I'm going to take a break away from it for now, which I respect. I honestly respect that, right? Like, but at the same time, like, there's just always stuff to do, I feel like, for me. And so that makes it so difficult to try and start something new. Because yeah, it's another brand new time sink that I need to spend actually trying to learn a whole new game. So that's kind of my thoughts about all that. Three cold skills, one to Hydra. Oof. You can even do project run. Okay, yeah. See you soon. You said be right back. Breakfast. All right, talk to you in a bit. I could do even project run. Exactly, right? And I'm already doing project run. I'm trying to hit two birds with one stone. I could try to like try different builds to try and get like farm orange boxes or purple boxes quickly. That kind of shit. If I really wanted to. Try to do like statistical research and all that shite. Like it wouldn't prove anything, of course, but it'd be fun. A fun little mini project, which I think is itself great. Like there's so many different things you can do with just this game alone, and it's one of many games. Yeah. Just as long as you're having fun with the game, I think that's what matters the most. Anyway, so Coaster, your next question was, how is that Fireclaws Druid going? What are you missing, and what is the next build? So let's go through this one by one. The Fireclaws Druid is going all right. This Fireclaws Druid is about as well. It's kind of where it needs to be. I don't know what more to say than that. Like I don't have that much more gear that I'm gonna be throwing on this guy at the end of the day. The only gear upgrade that I'm gonna need is probably Enigma for this Fireclaws Druid, and that'll effectively round out the character. Oh, I guess technically I could go Infin too, but yeah, Enigma would allow me to just teleport around. Like, yeah, I can't teleport around like in bear form, but I could teleport to where I need to go, then switch over to bear form once I make it there, right? Like, also, once I have that, I can sub out Harmony for CTA, and then I get more health, more life, or more health, more mana. So yeah, I guess the two things I'm missing, CTA and Enigma are probably the two upgrades on this character, and CTA is only something I'd run once I get Enigma. War Travs would be pretty good. That's something that I guess I'm technically missing. But at the end of the day, Enigma is the really big thing, because that'll open up a lot of different possibilities for me on, well, I shouldn't even say it like that. Like, yeah, it would. If I have Enigma on, I could sub out Rhyme for Spirit. That would boost my damage, and then I'd replace my boots for War Travs, for example. And then I could probably replace Gold Wrap with like an Arax or some other shit. Doesn't really matter. It's just that the MF, like the sheer amount of MF I'd be getting and strength from Enigma would pretty much enable me to do whatever I want with the rest of my equipment. I think that's part of the issue here. Not even factoring in faster run walk, MF, or not MF. Faster run walk, +1 to teleport, plus to all skills. Like, anyway, I don't know, man. I guess the bottom line is just that the Fireclaws Druid right now is doing fine. It's been doing fine for the last 200 to 300 runs. Like, it hasn't made any substantial improvements since I threw on the 6 open socket phase blade. It's about as solid as it gets with budget equipment. If I really wanted, I could sub out like my phase blade for like a Grizz Caddy or whatever if I really wanted to do that. But don't really think I need to. It doesn't really matter too much. I'm not really farming any other area other than Mausoleum right now anyway. Like, I'm very focused on finishing Mausoleum, so I'm not really interested in switching. So yeah. So that answers your what are you missing for the most part. And then your question is what is the next build, which again, I'm still trying to freaking farm out. Well, okay. As a starting point, I want to get that Enigma. Once I get that Enigma, well, it'll be easier to transition over to the other build that I wanted to make. One, because it'll allow me to actually make my... Well, it'll allow me to actually farm more easily. And two, because the other build that I'm trying to make, I kind of need an Enigma for it. But yeah, I'd really rather show that build than to tell it, because if I tell you guys what I'm going to be making as the second build for the season, it might not sound that crazy. But yeah, later on, hopefully I can show it off and it'll be solid. Fort isn't anything. Yeah, so there's your answer. Okay, so yeah, that's the end of that. I'll be right back. I'll grab food. Okay, sounds good. Thanks for the chat, Coaster. Really appreciate it. It's nice having you keep me company for these runs, because as you know, it can be kind of a struggle to have to run through these yourself without people to talk to. So you know the drill. Anyway, enjoy your food. Let me know what you end up getting. Yeah, and anybody else who's still around, just let me know if you have other questions. And really wish YouTube would stop doing that, freaking just turning itself off. Anyway, yeah, if you guys have other questions, just feel free to throw them at me. It's always nice to have something to talk about while I do these runs, because, you know, I'm just going to be plowing through them. Yeah. At the pace I'm going at, I'm expecting that I'll be ending today's stream something like run number 440. But it doesn't. But only hard points boost synergies, sadly. Ah, yes. That's a fantastic question. I've never actually thought about that. Yeah, thank you, Seth. That's a brilliant question. Least favorite. Hey, Fatty. Nice to have you back here. So I just got asked a fantastic question from Seth here. Least favorite build you've done a ladder on, and why? Least favorite build I've done a ladder on, and why? Least favorite build. That's a tough one. That's a tough one because I've enjoyed all of the builds I've made, to be quite honest. I don't recall a season where I played a character and I was like, oh man, this was boring. Like, I didn't enjoy this. Because here's the thing, right? I usually playtest the build before, like, on single player, before I actually run it in Slash, right? Like, I would never go into a season thinking of playing a build that I knew was one that I just simply wasn't going to enjoy. That's the sad reality. Okay, so having said that, if I had to choose a character that I made, like, that I've done in a ladder, it would probably have to be the season where I played my Boazon, my Swapcast Telly Boazon. I don't know if any of you remember, but I made a Javazon as a side character so I could take advantage of All Cows Day. That would probably have to be my contender for the least favorite character I've made. But again, that's kind of a cop-out answer because that wasn't really the main focus of that season anyway. I made that character, happened to have all the equipment for that character. in the first place. So, so maybe that shouldn't count. JZZ. So, yeah, dude. As far as main characters are concerned, though, like if like I'm just thinking, there are 10 characters I've made as like a main character for a season. Like Trapsin, Poison Necro, Singer, the Cold Druid and the Fire Druid, and then the Javazon, and then, or sorry, the Boazon, and then I think there was the Nova Baller, and then of course there were the 2 melee characters, and then the Martial Arts Assassin last season, and then finally here we are at the Fireclaws Druid. If I could okay, I've got it. To tell you the truth, if I could pick one character that I actually like among all of the main characters that I've made, I can't believe it took me so long to decide on one, but it's kind of difficult because again, I actually very much enjoy all of the characters, okay? If I could pick one character and say this is my least favorite, like if I had to select, it would have to be the Cold Druid. Yes, it would have to be the Cold Druid. Yeah, it would have to be the Cold Druid because I just don't feel like it was a fun character to play, but I didn't like that it was. It was kind of boring. Certain aspects of it were kind of boring, like the fact that I could tele-stomp AT with Hurricane was a lot of fun, okay? But I also felt like the way the build was designed was incredibly limiting, in the sense that I was mostly only farming AT with that build. That's mostly all it was good for. Like, yeah, okay, I could run Chaos with it, but the items I built on that character meant that the build was specialized primarily for AT. And there's really nothing unique about the playstyle of that Windy Druid compared to like anything else you would usually see on a Windy Druid either, right? Like, I teleport on shit and I start spamming Hurricane and Tornado. Like, it's not really anything particularly special. And more than all of this, I don't like the fact that I have to fucking summon a bear and an Oak Sage, and I have to, and like a Solar Creeper, and then I have to CTA all that shit, and then it's a struggle to keep the Oak Sage alive, and then you got to deal with mana issues, right? Like I pay attention to kind of like the flow, and then of course there's how you aim the fucking tornadoes. There you go. They're all of those things put together. Like, I had to cite all of the negatives that kind of lead me towards saying that yeah, if I had to select one, it would probably just straight up be the Cold Druid. Like, if I had to select, yeah, for some combination of everything I just said. It's just not very unique as a playstyle, and it's very limited to one specific area. I guess those are the 2 biggest issues. And NATOs are annoying to aim. Those reasons especially are probably what I would say kind of turned me off from the Cold Druid as a contender. And then probably the second least favorite, because I have to throw an honorable mention. It was pretty close. I would actually put the Martial Arts Assassin at second least, because it was more unique than the Cold Druid. And it can farm just about any area, but it's kind of like, it kind of felt like pulling teeth, you know? Like, that season, it felt like I was like, it was challenging, which is why I liked it, and I would put it over the Cold Druid, but the fact that it was just such a buggy ass character, like, because yeah, do I need to explain any more than that? Just the fact that sometimes like I would be swinging at monsters with 95% chance to hit, and my hits would simply just not connect. It took away a lot of the enjoyment of playing that character, and that's not even factoring in how horribly inefficient it was when it came to farming. Like, I don't know how else to put it. I simply don't know how else to put it. Like, the Cold Druid at least, yeah, like, if I run AT, if I want to run full clear AT with a Poison Necro, I can do it way faster than, I can do it quite a bit faster than a Cold Druid, but, like, full clear AT with my Poison Necro I can do in like 40 seconds. With the Cold Druid I can do it in about like 80 seconds, right? So it's about twice as slow. That's actually not that big a deal for me. But WSK2 took me 4 minutes on average, if I'm being generous. It took me 4 minutes on average per run with the martial arts assassin versus versus 1 minute on the poison necro. So that's a factor of 4 times. And this was even after I got Enigma and Infinity too. Okay, just gotta get that out there. So yeah, just the lack of efficiency and how buggy it was. Like, I think the martial arts assassin is a close second for least favorite. Again, I enjoyed the characters. Like, if I had to be honest, like, again, this is under the assumption that I'm forced to choose. Okay, like, I wouldn't say that I hated these characters, but there are definitely things that I look at about these characters, about these seasons, and I'm like, man, that, I think that I've done better than that, if that makes sense. So, hopefully that explains it to you. That martial arts assassin build, 44 minutes chaos run. Oh, fuck, fatty, just don't. Oh, just quit while you're ahead, okay? I don't know what more to say than that. Like I'd rather put that past behind me, okay? We're in a new season, and 44-minute chaos runs are no longer a thing. Oh, yeah. Oh, well, yeah, actually, I'm glad you brought this up, though, because, it's kind of, there's something that I should probably address here. You might be thinking, well, I guess most of you don't remember, but if you guys recall, I actually made a like a fissure druid in, like, the same season I made the cold druid. You might think that, wow, well, D2D2, why do you like the fire druid more than the cold druid, right? Like, surely the fire druid sucked more. But the fire druid was kind of interesting in the sense that because most monsters were immune to fire, I actually needed to come up with a workaround for monsters that were immune to fire. Also, as a fire druid, you could actually run like cows. You could run. Trying to think of some other areas here. Like if you played your cards right, you could probably try to run arcane. Like you actually do have. It's not. If anything, it playing as a fire type build forces you to be kind of creative about where you want to go. So that's one reason I actually enjoyed playing as the fire, like a fissure druid. Yeah. Pit Singer obviously was a lot of fun. Poison Necro is no-brainer, a lot of fun. In fact, the Poison Necro was so fun that I had to stop playing because of how fun it was, because I realized just how addicted I was getting to that soul build. Like that's how brutally addicting that Poison Necro was. I don't know what more to say than that. Yeah, I don't know. I should do a tier list one day. You've inspired me, Seth. That's a great question. You really got me thinking. I should really sit down one day and just be like, okay, yeah, in terms of like what I'd rank it, like which builds or like the most favorite, most fun, whatever. Honestly, most fun and most favorite are generally tied together, I'd say. Yeah. That'd be a lot of fun to do. Anyway. 15 light res? Oof, not even worth looking at. Alright, I'm just about done here. I think I've sweeped everything. I'm good to go. Alright. Hey, CZR, are you still around? You were asking, hi, how to get item drop messages visible on the left. I'm playing on a private server called Slashdiablo, where we're allowed to use a map pack. And the map pack is responsible for pinging me whenever an item drops, like an important item drops. I also have a loot filter, so it filters out all of the crap that drops on the ground that I don't want to see, like, you know, bolts and arrows and shit like that. It just won't show up. Yeah, so it's all because of the map pack I'm allowed to use on this private server. Get the idea. Least fun to most fun, and least recommendable to most recommendable. Ooh, I like that. I also like, I would like to make like a farming tier. No, but yeah, people can't argue with me over my own personal preference, but they can certainly argue with me over me trying to put, for example, I don't know, if I put Blizzsork at A tier farmer, or as an A tier farm, people would be like, no, D2, you're crazy. Of course Blizzsork is S tier, because you can spam AT with that shit, even though you're probably not going to be getting as many runes as somebody who's rocking a Javazon or whatever. Anyway, look, that's a big fat mess. That's a big fat mess. Thanks, we'll check Slashdiablo. Okay, sounds good, CZR. Let me know if you have questions about it. I'd be more than happy to hook you up. For starters, I'll make things easier for you. I'll throw you the, there you go. I'll throw you a link to the Slashdiablo subreddit before I continue on with the next runs. Yeah, let me know if you have other questions, okay? Anyway, let's see. What else were you guys talking about here? Okay, so Seth, you you were saying, that's a great question. You like those less than Telesork? I don't really count the Telesork as an actual build. Like, okay, yes, great. 20 points into teleport is technically speaking, whew, that is a pretty decent amulet. But anyway, yeah, like technically speaking, a Telesork is a build, but I didn't really. I mean, I don't count it. That's what I'm gonna say about it. Like, what can I say about the build? I can't use the same metric for the other builds as I would use for the, in quotes, Telesork, right? Like, I used it specifically for LK. It's not. It doesn't feel like I'm comparing apples to oranges because I was strictly using that build to pop chests open. If anything, the Telesork, yeah, no, Telesork it would itself be a cop-out answer because it again was a build that I devised strictly for running LK. Right? That's the only thing it's capable of doing, and I used it that season only to farm LK. So yeah, I guess I could say, yeah, this build can't kill anything. So yeah, the Telesork is by default the worst, but then you don't get any real, you don't really, like, there's really no, it doesn't really feel like an answer in which you actually gain something out of it. It's kind of the same as me saying, like, oh yeah, all builds are equal. More or less, like, what the fuck's the difference, right? Like, at that point, it's just like, oh yeah, all builds were equal except this. I don't know how to really word it so that it makes sense. It's just kind of like, if I'm gonna pick a character class, I'm gonna actually pick one that's more worthwhile to talk about. If that, okay, let's pop that before I die. That was the closest I've been to death in quite some time. Yeah. Will you make a 1,000 maggot layer run project at some point? I'm not gonna lie to you, Fatty, it wasn't on my radar to do a 1,000 maggot layer. Yeah, it definitely wasn't something that came to mind up until just recently when you yourself are doing 1,000 maggot layers and it's going pretty well for you. But I have to think about it. I honestly have to think about it. Part of my hesitation with running 1,000 maggot layers now too is, ironically, that you already have run 1,000 maggot layers, right? Why would I run 1,000 maggot layers if you've already run 1,000 maggot layers? What do I learn? What do I gain out of that? Assuming that, of course, I'm going to take your, like, I'm assuming that your results are accurate, right? Like, It's the same reason why I don't run cows. Strong Like Ox already ran 10,000 cow runs, of which 5,000 of them he posted the results on. So I'm kind of like, what do I really have to gain out of doing something that somebody else has already done? So if I were to like pick something, maybe I'd want to do like 1,000 full clear Kuros temples instead over Maggot Lair. I don't know. It's something that I have to think about. Is really just the bottom line. But yeah, I guess the long story short is I didn't really think about it much up until you were so passionate about Maggot Lair in the last couple of posts that you made. Okay. Last thing I noticed for Black Locust and Maggot Lair is that their maximum rune drop is burn instead of Zod. Is it? Is it actually? I don't know. I don't know. These drop calculators sometimes are weird, especially Silispen. Maybe they are. Thunder Maul. That is indeed another Maul. So let's add that in. Okay. What else? What else are you guys talking about here? So yeah. Hopefully that answers your questions. I just made a Poison Necro yesterday. 3-piece Strings and D-Web. Okay. Cool. Cool. And using it for Maggot Lair. Okay. That's surprising that you're using a freaking Poison Necro for Maggot Lair, but alright. It's very surprising. My favorite top 3 builds, CE, Necro, Blizzork, and Pitzerker. Okay, yeah, it makes sense because naturally you can stack the highest amount of MF for them without sacrificing a substantial amount of kill speed. So yeah, those are, I suppose, naturally going to be your 3 strongest, 3 favorite builds. Surprise, surprise. D2D2, you will find Orange Box today. This stream. Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, I'm going to be doing another 20 or so, 30 or so runs, so we'll see in that time. Trying to brew up a weird bar build. Are you now, Coaster? Alright, and welcome back, by the way. So we'll see how these things go. I'm very curious. Okay, so a weird bar build. What are the deets of this bar build, if you want to share? It's definitely not a leaper, I'd imagine. A weird bar build. I like that. I want to put Firesork 2 as well. Firesork, really fun character. Yeah, Firesork is a really fun character. That's why I devised the Nova Baller in the first place, because I wanted there to be a way where I could run Fireball, but you know, like if I come across like a pack of Fallen, I don't want to be stuck there like, oh no, now I can't do anything about this pack of Fallen because you know they're all immune to fire, right? That kind of sucks, and it's not as easy as a lot of the time. It's not as easy as just putting on an Infinity and calling it a day, since some monsters are mega stacked on fire res. So that's one of the reasons why the Nova Baller came about in the first place. More fun than Light Sork 2, I noticed. Oh yeah, absolutely. Real Firesword, really fun character. Yeah, so I 100% agree. It's yeah, that's one reason I was very against going Light Sork in the first place that season. And I respect over to Nova Ball as quickly as I could, because Nova Ball is just way more fun. Or well, rather Fireball is more fun, but obviously I want something that's not just hell viable, but hell efficient, and that's what the Nova Baller provided. Yeah, anyway, you get the idea. You can't argue with nostalgia. Blizzork was like 90% of people's first farming character. Oh yeah, for sure. But I know Fatty. He doesn't care so much about that nostalgia factor when he's listing out his three favorite characters. Oh shit, I should have actually kept the Thundermaul. Oops. That was a mistake. I didn't actually keep that to throw on like a mule or whatever, but anyway. Is this even worth really charting down as a drop? Ah, fuck it, why not? Anyway, so... yeah, at the end of the day, Fatty just prefers that high amount of MF because his goal is Tyraels. I know him. He likes that orange box. No, he doesn't like orange boxes. He wants Tyraels specifically. So naturally, whatever build can maximize his chances, in theory, of getting a Tyraels is what he's going to end up using. You get the idea. If I farmed, I would use F-Orb Sork because it was prettier. Fair enough. Fatty was asking, what's my most played build? That's not an easy question to answer. It's not an easy question to answer because back in my BNet days, I played a lot of Sork. And whenever I did play Sork, I'd be playing Light Sork, believe it or not. So, if we count just Slash, the answer is very simple. The most played build that I have, without a doubt, is Poison Necro. Simply because there were, like, I played a Poison Necro 2 seasons in a row. This was probably before you stepped foot on my channel, actually. I played Assassin first, right? The first ladder reset I played on Slash. Then the second ladder reset I played on Slash, I went Poison Necro. And then the following season after that, I didn't like the way I built my Poison Necro the previous season, so I wanted a Redemption season. And yeah, that was the first season where I was like rich as shit. So I shouldn't say rich as shit. There were definitely people who were richer than I was, but you know, I was doing really well. Like I even had my own shop where I was selling items for gold, that kind of and P gems and P skulls, and it was great. But the bottom line here is just that, yeah, I played 2 seasons as a Poison Necro, and yeah, that's simply the most amount of playtime of any build that I've used since I began playing on Slash. And that's just the reality of it. End of discussion. Aside from that, like honestly, for most played builds, BNet would be actually more interesting than my time on Slash. Because yeah, like I said, Light Sword, and I played a lot of Smiter because there was a point, once upon a time, I very much valued being able to just run a Smiter or like a Zealer to kill declone. Because that's what I like doing. I like killing declones, and that was more fun for me than actually farming way back when. So that was a long time ago, though. Anyway, let me hurry through some of these comments because I'm really way behind here. When I played, it was like 1.09 and earlier, and Rob/Nova was like the GOAT. I don't know what Rob is. Oh, Orban Nova. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, I think once upon a time that was, from what I've heard, what a lot of people rocked before synergies. This Vol high rune drops or weak? This Vol? Okay, I don't get what you mean. Sewers level 1, actually interesting place, level 84 area. Yeah. 2 purple, yeah, check out MFB. So, the interesting thing about MFB, it's way more, it's more accurate than Silaspin, but it's not 100% accurate. From my understanding, I don't know what it is, but Quill Rats on their calculator can only ever drop up to Vex. Even the ones in Halls of Pain Act 5. But you can definitely get more, like a higher rune than like a Vex from those Quill Rats, from what I've heard. So that's runes I'm a little bit iffy about what can and can't drop. Also, I learned one thing a few days ago. Don't ever farm pits with traps, and your traps will despawn elite packs confirmed 100%. What do you mean, despawn elite packs? He'll be a singer hybrid. Whoa, okay, you actually got my eyebrows raised here. Already, I'm intrigued. A singer hybrid. How would that work? I do wonder. Huh. I've never... Yeah, I can already picture in my head, like, kind of like what approach you'd be taking, but that's, yeah, I don't know. That's interesting. Swapcasting with Sork so broken, mate, says Fatty. You just swapcast bug with 200 FCR Firebolt that has like 7 frames, as compared to Lightning 197 FCR with 11 frames. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's true. You can swap cast your lightning onto Firebolt. Um, Also, it's not 197 FCR. I know it's 194, but anyway. Swapcast? No, that's actually not true, Coaster. Swapcasting, it doesn't always take from IAS. It takes from IAS when I use my Boazon, because I use, like, the swapcast animation that I switch is actually a skill that uses the normal attack animation. So like either normal attack, freezing arrow, or like cold arrow, or magic arrow, it doesn't really matter, just some kind of arrow. That uses an attack animation, that's based off of IAS. But you could also swap cast Firebolt onto Lightning, and then you could be casting Lightning, instead of at 11 frames, you cast it at 7 frames per Lightning, essentially. So yeah, no, Coaster is actually right. You shoot lightning at 7 frames rather than 11 with 200, like if you swap cast with 200 FCR. It doesn't base it necessarily off your IS. Like if you use normal attack as the swap cast target, then yeah, okay, yeah, then it's based off your IAS. But if you're using Firebolt as your swap cast target, Firebolt's a spell, and you know the same rules apply. You're using your FCR for that, so it will use your FCR. Same sword played most of the time. Yeah, also the swapcast is just an animation. It does no damage. No, now it's hitting lightning spell. Lightning is better anyway. No, if you throw a fire bolt, though that's the animation that gets thrown out, but in reality, it has the effect of lightning. So even if your firebolt hits one monster, it actually is firing an invisible lightning bolt in the direction of that firebolt. And the firebolt it just isn't really a firebolt. 2 a.m. I need to go to sleep. Oh, thanks for dropping by, Home 3 Watch. I don't know if you're still around, but appreciate you tuning in. Thanks for watching, and I will see you again next time. Good luck on the farming. Yeah, thanks. Anyway. Hey, ZZ, what's up? Prove it? Okay, sure. One moment. I could actually, let's see. D5 14. Sure. Let's see. Let me just think of a character that I have for which I actually have this. You know what? I've got it. I've got the Nova Baller. One sec. Let me pull that one out. Although I'm rusty with the swap casting, so I might not be able to do this so easily. But we'll try anyway. Actually, Dilemma has Fireball and Nova. I actually need Lightning, so I can't use this character. I need... 200 SCR to shoot as new meta? Yeah. Okay. Who do I have that can do this? You know what? Fuck it. Charge Bolt and Fire Bolt have the same animations. Let's use Charge Bolt. That's just the easiest way to do this, I think. Yeah. Is that okay? I'm gonna use Charge Bolt instead of Fire Bolt because again, I don't have a character that has fucking Fire Bolt and Lightning on the same character, and I don't actually have a skill either to put into Fire Bolt. I'm not gonna go and make it from scratch or whatever. Okay, so looking here. Yeah. So maybe... Oh, goodness gracious. I was saying my Lightswork didn't have Firebolt. Yeah. Okay, so it's been a while. I need to remember how to do this. Okay, I'm just blasting them out of the way. Should be... Okay, hold on a sec. How do I do this again? How do I do this? It's like... It's been a while since I've had to swap cast something else other than normal attack into teleport. Like this one is easy enough if I'm like trying to swap cast normal attack into teleport. How do I swap cast lightning into charge bolt again? I think it's like I need to have charge bolt like this. And then I switch over to F1, was it? Or I switch over to lightning on switch? Press the buttons. Because I can't activate it mid cast. I'd forgotten about that. Yeah, I've forgotten. Well, this is kind of embarrassing, actually. I can't even properly demo this. I know that it can be done. I just forgot how to fucking swap cast for anything other than normal attack and, well, yeah, normal attack into teleport. Because normal attack into teleport is just, you know, you're like running up and then you teleport. You know what? Fuck it. Aha! Yes, like that. Okay, yeah, but that's not quite what I'm looking for here. You know what? Fuck it. Plan B. Let's try this. Normal attack. Alright, good. I think this does it, at least. So in this case, and with normal attack, I know I can get the lightning off, but I need something where I'm running CV on one side and swap on lightning. Ah, yes, thank you. Alright, there we go. CV on one side and swap on lightning. Yeah, okay, let's try that. It has been a while. Like this, was it? No, wait. F1, F3. I'm really fucking up the hotkeys on this guy. Oh, on this girl. CB on one side. Okay. Hotkeys don't matter. It kind of does when I'm trying to like switch over WE back to back. Kind of does, doesn't it? Nope. I think this is one of those things I'm gonna have to get back to you on. At some point, we will revisit this conversation, and I will show you, okay? And until then, you're gonna sit there, Coaster, I know you. You're gonna sit there with a fucking smug-ass look on your face. You're gonna be like, I told you so, D2. But the day will come when the tables will turn, and I will be able to show you this shit. Guaranteed. Just don't remember how to fucking swapcast Charge Bolt into Lightning. Or Charge Bolt into, or freaking Fire Bolt into Lightning, or vice versa. Like... Yeah, everything I said is right, but I need to prove it. I need to actually show Coaster. Like, again, it's a fair request. He's asking me to prove it, and I would gladly prove it. Except it's been so long that it's been so long since I've done this swap casting garbage that I only remember how to swap cast into normal attack. I don't remember how to swap cast into charge bolts. Or lightning, or whatever. Yeah, that's something I'm going to need to work out on my own time at some point. Need to do it really fast. Yeah, exactly. That's why I have it set to E, but I can't remember how for this much FCR. So what, I gotta just reduce it? How the fuck do I swapcast? Charge, like... Unbelievable. Okay. Or am I able to actually... Because I know that I've seen people, like... They use frozen armor and then they can throw a lightning out, you know? Like... Oh, you know what? It could be... No, that's not it. Well, this is kind of sad, actually. It can be any spell. Yeah, it can be, but the fact of the matter is, it's much easier from my recollection to actually just do it straight with normal attack. Don't remember lower res. Except lower res, I actually have, it'll cast right away. Frick. Well, this is awkward. Whatever. Yeah, anyway. If you guys can help me out with that, I'm not talking about Coaster here. Fatty or ZZZ? Because you want to do it on left click, because right click needs to be teleport. Yeah, sure. Yeah, fuck off, Coaster. You and that smug ass look on your face. I know it. But you're wrong! I will prove you're wrong one day. Just not today, apparently. What the hell? I got a... All of a sudden I spiked up to like 91 viewers. Now what's going on here? Did somebody host me? It doesn't look like anyone hosted me, and I just magically went up to 91 viewers. Watching me try to do swap casting. You swapcast the troll. Yeah, I'll work that out on my own time. This is not done. To be continued. To be continued. I will to be continued this one. Let's I'm gonna go back to my stuff, but yeah, I'm gonna at some point I gotta go back and look into good old reuse tutorial on how to do this shit, because again I haven't done this in quite some time, of course. Yeah, of course. I'll go fetch some kind of swapcast tutorials and I'll look at it again. But the fact of the matter is I have forgotten how to do the swap casting with anything other than normal attack. So I must go and revisit that. And until then I'm going to continue and hopefully finish with these mausoleum runs. Yeah. Anyway, it's all good. But yeah, the original thing that was being said was from Fatty, and he was saying that, yeah, it is kind of broken that you can run 200 FCR on Lightning or whatnot, but, yeah, I don't know. I'm mostly indifferent to it. Like the amount of effort that goes into actually swap casting Lightning onto Firebolt might not seem like that much. Yeah, I don't know. I don't care much for it. That's really the bottom line. What's so funny, huh? What is so funny? That was very enlightening. I am almost convinced. Well, I mean, it's certainly better than contributing to this discussion. No, it cannot be done, and then just leaving it at that. Like, wow, you contributed so much more to this discussion with Fatty. I gotta applaud. Yeah, I'm blown. Like, my mind is blown. At least I'm telling you, we will revisit this, and I'm going to show you, and you will eat your words. One day it'll happen, or not, or maybe I'll eat mine, and that'll be the case. But right now, you're just being smug under the just because I'm not able to do swap casting, and you're passing it off, I bet you in your head, as wow, they're wrong. I bet you that's what's going on. So for you to sit there and to keep lolling at us, I'm not having it, man. That's just uh, whatever. What fucking ever, mate. I'm found 4 failed arachnid meshes and an failed SCOA. Yeah, but you also found a 2015 Griffins and a COA, so I don't want to hear that from you either. Laughing my ass off at how flustered you got. Yeah, I'm flustered because, you know, it's kind of awkward having to carry out a demonstration and forgetting. It's kind of like going out on a camping trip and then realizing that you forgot the fucking tent, okay? I admit, okay, not one of my brighter moments. But at the same time, it can be done. That's what's important, okay? I may or may not have made a fool out of myself, but it can be done. That's the important thing, okay? All good. Whatever. I'm not even, just for that, I'm not even gonna ask about your barf. I am too embarrassed and too angry at myself to ask about your stupid, silly ass barb hybrid singer, whatever the fuck it's called. Probably have some kind of name for it. Yeah, I have 78 viewers that watched me attempt to do fucking swap casting and realizing that I can't do it with anything other than normal attack. I don't know where these 82 viewers came from, though. It doesn't say that anybody hosted or rated me, so I don't in the slightest have any idea where they came from. Yeah, it's cool though. You hosted me, yes, you, the guy who doesn't even stream regularly, or sorry, who doesn't stream. Period. Anyway, for those who are for those that are coming in, I'm just running my Fireclaws Druid on private server /Diablo. So let me know if you have if you want to know about this build, what I'm doing. I'm running Mausoleum, trying to do 1,000 Mausoleum by the end of the season. That's my goal here. And that's basically that. You just started streaming. Okay, well great. I'm sure that with your impressive streaming prowess, you were able to grab 70 plus viewers and just throw them all on my channel, you know? Played Fall Guys. I'm sure lots of people would have tuned in to watch you play Fall Guys of all things. Not to knock on Fall Guys, I think Fall Guys is a pretty cool game, but like, come on. It's clearly view bots. That's gotta be what it is. Okay, well, that's the end of my run anyway. Why? Why are there so many people here? Yeah, it's legit just my channel and nobody else's. That's so... like, what the heck? I'm actually so confused. That's never happened to me before. Well, anyway, if somebody did host me, I appreciate it. Thank you. Hope you, whoever you are, you had a great day. It's called bots. Yeah, no, I sure, but where the... You got view bots, okay. Like, just out of the... Ooh. This is definitely not the server I want to be on. Yes, I got view bots. I mean, it's a fair guess as to what's going on, but it's kind of like, usually I don't expect that of all the people in the Diablo 2 category that these view bots just appear out of nowhere on my channel, you know? Like, it's kind of bizarre. I'm not a bot. I'm just baked and I want to watch someone play Diablo. Yeah, that's fair, but I mean, and welcome to the channel. Again, I'm not trying to knock on you. It's just I went from having 5 viewers to like 80. And I don't think that 75 people who were baked out of their mind showed up out of nowhere and said, yeah, I'm gonna go check out the channel, just out of nowhere. But yeah, if you want to watch me play some Diablo, then yeah, you come to the right place. I'm gonna show you some Diablo gameplay. Got my Fireclaws Druid, he's doing his thing. Otherwise you have a bunch of people in the user list. No, probably not. Yeah, okay, good. We're on the same page. I don't mean to be rude. I'm not trying to leave like a bad first impression or nothing. I mean, I'm honored that you would to come into my humble abode here and check out this silly Fireclaws Druid in Diablo 2, but yeah, it's just so bizarre. People just came out of nowhere. 87? Well, it started off at 100 and some, actually. It was like 100, and then it dropped down to 80. So that's kind of unusual. Bantu? Well, sure, shit. And they'll give me an excuse not to stream for Coaster. Oh, sorry, wait, did I say that out loud? Oh, whoops, my bad. Their softcasting prowess detector went haywire, and it let them do your fuck off, will you? Dick. You. Hey man, look, I'll have you know that I'm one of the bestest softcasters of all time. Me, D2D2. Didn't you see that season with that Fitz Bowmancer? Bowazon, you know, that's how I roll, you know. Well, Bowmancer, yeah, that also sounds like a great build. I don't even know where Mancer came from, but whatever. Anyway, if you have any questions, let me know though, Stoned Hobbit. Yeah, I'm just running Fireclaws Druid. It's an unusual character. Yeah, you don't... It was good. Yeah, so this is a rather unusual character. Most people don't really run this. Yeah, most people want to run like Sork so they can make their high-end, their end-game character like by MFing and shit. And I thought it would be more fun to actually start off as something weird, you know, something weird, something unusual. That's why I'm running the Fireclaws Druid. I don't know what more to say than that. The Fireclaws Druid, usually every season I try to do something different. Last season it was the Martial Arts Assassin. Like, these are characters that aren't exactly A-tier farmers, but they're still a lot of fun to play. So, I play them. And that's really how these things work. That 200 FCR swapcasted Lightning with his shoot is the highest DPS build in the entire game. I could get behind that, I guess. The famous Bowmancer, it's so broken we barely speak its name. Seth, I think you're thinking of Spearzons. Yeah, you might be mistaken for Spearzons. Well, I'm not too surprised. Actually, I don't know. I don't know about... aren't there, like, other characters out there, like, the Bear Sork that do, like, 100k per hit or some shit like that? Like, again, that's one of those unusual builds that I've never really dabbled into too much. But if you get, like, an Enchant Sork, and then you go, like, Bear form... I don't know exactly how it works, but I know, and then you go like Double Dream or some shit, like I know that you can hit like 100k or whatever on hit. Or same with like Dragon Tail, but I think that's, yeah, I don't know. Spearzons are legends, Bowazons are myths. What the fuck is the difference? Anyway, that's gonna be, I think, it for this run. So, Coaster, what are you gonna do for the rest of this evening then? Are you gonna be going off to bed? Are you gonna be streaming? What's going down there? What is going down? At some point, sooner or later, you're gonna need to withdraw your 80 view bots from the channel, and then you're gonna have to attach them to your own channel. You know, just the usual, just the norm. I appreciate you rating me with your 50+ view bots, though. Verusork is not a real build, can't even teleport. I can't tell if you're being serious or not. Fucking around with this barbarian a little bit, I'm gonna go check out Minecraft. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I'm curious to see how this hybrid singer of yours will end up looking by the time you're done with it. I never use B-bots. Yeah, no, I know. I'm just giving you shit for it. I'm trying to pin the blame on you. Because where else would they come from? Yeah, not a clue. I wouldn't do it either. So, serious. Oh, okay. Well. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's still a build, but I get what you mean. It's not like... It's definitely not a contender if you're trying to, like, do players 8, if you're trying to MF, Or sorry, if you're trying to, well, yeah, if you're trying to MF efficiently or whatever, if you're trying to, PvP even, you probably need teleport, and you're probably not going to be going Bearsork. Me and all my 77 accounts, yep, that'll do it. That will do it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be able to do, I think run number 530 is about where I'll end up, to be honest. I'm just looking at this right now. Thought I could go a bit farther, but these runs are taking a bit longer than expected. Hey, an Ogre Maul. Man, I've been trying to collect these mauls, but they do eat up a lot of space, I have to admit. It's worth it. Brimstone Bludgeon, I do like that name. Maul counter, 13. Another maul. Anyway, let's carry on here. Also gonna turn up the music. Barely hear it. There you go. That's better. It's amazing how quickly time flies. I've already been streaming for 3 hours. I didn't even realize it's been 3 hours since I began. It felt like an hour and a half, to be honest. By the way, how are you? I don't know if you're still here, Stoned Hobbit, but yeah, how are you doing? I mean, you're new to the channel. Coaster and ZZ and Green Cable, they've been long time people. If you wanna, yeah, like, how are you doing? You said you were getting baked and whatnot. If you've got, you have questions, let me know, like about the build or what I'm doing. Yeah, I'm guessing you yourself are a Diablo player. Maybe you want to chat a little bit about the private server I'm playing on, Slashdiablo, that kind of stuff. No Path of Diablo here, though. I know some people probably are expecting there to be POD, but it's not POD. It's Slash. What's your prediction? Which character will I find Tyraels on Slash with? CE Necro. Druid. Well, I mean, the thing is, like, it would be a fair guess. Like, honestly, if this dude actually played Druid, but he fucking doesn't. Oh yeah, that would do it, dude. That would do it. That's exactly why it would do it. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, dude. All he's concentrated in the druids because he doesn't use it. Yeah. Yeah, in an alternate universe, a fatty just gave up on trying to find Tyraels with his CE Necro and his Blizzsork and his silly Pit Zerker. And he used the druid. Yeah, he probably just straight up used the druid. And then he found Tyraels on run 1, you know? Druids are lucky charm. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I don't doubt that. summons. In another universe, DTG is running a 200 FCR swap casting light sword. Yeah, like, in a different universe, D2D2 would have actually known how to fucking swap cast with anything other than normal attack. But anyway. Summon Raven Lords and ask them what you need? Sure. 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, the Raven Lords have been summoned. I summoned 5 Marlises, okay? Oh man, more tired than I expected to be. But yeah, I'm still gonna try for run 530 at the least, I think is a fair goal. Yeah, next stream is probably gonna be next Wednesday, as usual, and then follow that up with a P28 with Seth. That's the plan. That's gonna be a lot of fun. Alright, that's done. Now run down here, start hitting those good old graves. Yeah, I'm trying to think of other stuff to chat about. Anybody here any progress for Diablo 4? I know this is like one of those forbidden topics, but yeah, I'm gonna talk about Diablo 4. Has anybody heard anything about that lately? It's been awfully quiet. Like, I know that they had their reveal, and then for a while, I think the devs were actually talking with the community, and then all of a sudden, I think they went quiet. But meh, D4 for me. That's fine. I figured somebody out there would be keeping track though with D4 or keeping up with D4. It's not P28. It's just 28. Oh, okay. I hardly see the difference, but sure. No news from it? Alright, well, good to know. Let me just check out one other thing. Just quickly. A morbid curiosity. Hey, Krugalog, welcome. I think D4 got pushed back to 2045. Well, I mean, I think you say that in jest, but in reality, this is probably very close to the truth. Expected release date. Basically never. Let's see. Without even a vague launch window. Okay, well. What about good old Diablo 2 Remastered? Because I know there's so many... I know there's a lot of people who, like, for whatever reason, some people have been showing up to my channel, and they've been saying things like, hey, yeah, have you heard about the new Diablo 2 Remastered that's coming out? And I'm just like, is this like some kind of April Fool's joke or something? Like, I haven't heard shit about it. I've yet to find an actual reputable source that has confirmed any kind of news for Diablo 2 Remastered. But, I'll keep track of it when it comes out. Oh yeah, fair enough. Oh hey look, a J-mod. Nope, not a J-mod. Yeah, how's it going, Krugalug? Difference is that one way is wrong and the other way is not? Okay, well sure. That's very specific. Thank you for the explanation, I suppose. Diablo 2 Remastered's Feel for Nightmares? Oh, I believe that. But again, like, it's something that keeps getting brought up. Like, PSFX had brought it up, and then Uncle Howie today brought it up. And I'm still sitting here thinking to myself, okay, so where's the source that has said it? Like, it's weird. Like, I don't know if I don't know if like this is some big ass conspiracy to debate me, but yeah, legit PSFX just straight up came in and he was like, and I know it's PSFX of all people, so that's not a very good like example, but still, he's like, hey, are you still planning to play on Slash when this Diablo 2 Remastered comes out? Like, there's like news for it, and I'm like, all right, well, Where's the news? And then it's like psfx.exe has stopped working, you know? Forget all these games, we have Slash and Fall Guys, what more do we need? Honestly, not gonna lie, I'm on board with that. Heard about this game called Median XL or something, but I haven't played it. Median XL is not a game, it's a mod for the game. It's a mod for the game that really switches things up. It doesn't really... It's a very different game from Diablo 2, but it was based off of Diablo 2 originally. I don't know if that makes sense. Like they completely overhauled the characters, the items, the areas, even the interface. I think all completely different. Median XL is like them radically changing Diablo 2, but again, it's like a mod for the game originally, and it still is, but it's just like way out there. Like it looks like a completely different game now. It does keep saying it's highly unlikely they'll remaster it, but apparently random casuals are convinced it'll happen. Which again, I don't even mind that. I again, like, if people want to be hyped for it, sure, be my guest. But the thing that bothers me is there seems to be this very bizarre trend that anytime somebody brings up like, oh, hey, D2D2 Diablo 2 remaster got announced, and the first thing I ask them is, hey, where's the source for it? And I just never get a source for it. It's the funniest thing. And again, like, if somebody wants to throw me a source right now that says, hey, yeah, Diablo 2 remastered got announced, and you know, it's like legit, then okay, well then shit, I guess I'm wrong. But up until now, just straight up, people have asked me, like, treating Diablo 2 remastered as if it's like a certainty that's gonna be released, that it's already been announced and we know when it's coming out. When in reality, the first thing I ask is, alright, well, Diablo 2 Remastered has been announced, well, where did it get announced? And then after that, whoever asked the question will either ignore my question or just mysteriously disappear. So, I don't know, man. I'm telling you, I gotta like start a counter for that too. I have way too many counters already. But one of the counters I should have is the number of debates people have with Diablo 2 Remastered. I gotta make it a thing, dude. Gotta make it a thing. Diablo 2 Remastered will end up like Reforged. Look, the quality of the remaster is a completely different topic. I'm not even talking about Diablo, like the game, like Diablo 2 Remastered itself, right? I'm not talking about how good it's going to be. I'm just talking about why the fuck are people telling me that Diablo 2 Remastered is coming out when it's obviously not out? That monster actually could have really killed me there. Cold Enchanted, Lightning Enchanted, Fire Enchanted, and Conviction. I'm amazed I didn't die there, actually. Diablo 2 Remastered is rumored everywhere. Yeah, okay, look, I'm used to rumors every year, but usually when people talk about the whole remastered, they will have a source to back it up. This year is unique in the sense that people will just not hit and run. What is it? Oh man, I don't remember the word for it. There's a word for, like, you're basically just trolling people. You just walk in, you like drop a bomb on people, you walk out, and then that's all you do. And that's more or less what I think some people are trying to do with Diablo 2 Remastered this time around. The previous years, you know, people are like legit. Like, if people say, "Oh yeah, Diablo 2 Remastered," man, it was, you know, Riker was talking about it, or fucking Extimus was talking about it in his video. Like, I'll be like, all right, well, it's a crock of horse shit, but at least they have like a source or something that they read or watched to get debated into this opinion. But a lot of, like, these last few months, anytime Diablo 2 Remastered gets brought up, the first thing I ask is, hey, yeah, where'd you hear this? And then it's just like, whoever asks, they mysteriously disappear. It's like a fucking UFO went and abducted them right when I ask them, hey, yeah, where is the original source that you found this information out from? Welcome to 2020, where idiots read their Google newsfeed that is custom filled with clickbait and they think it's real. Meanwhile, they think real news is fake. These people don't know what the word source means. Which again, like, I'm used to this, okay? Like, no matter the year, 5, 10 years from now, it doesn't matter, dude. People are gonna be stupid no matter what. I can believe this. I just don't know what happened. Like, I'm most intrigued about what happens to these people. They show up, they say, there's Diablo 2 Remastered coming out, and then they're gone. It just doubly blows my mind that a lot of the time they will ask me, yeah, you're still streaming Slash? Are you planning to stream Slash when the Diablo 2 Remastered comes out? Like, no, the Diablo 2 Remastered isn't coming out. That's the bottom line, unless you have something that proves otherwise. And it just, again, like, I don't know if they're just trying to provoke a response out of me, but I find it hard to believe that that's the intention, honestly. Maybe I really am getting trolled, but it seems like a really shitty troll. Like, you know, if I were trying to troll somebody, I'd be pretty persistent about it, you know? Like, I gotta play. It's kind of like malls. Like malls are a perfect example of this. Like I know ZZZ, you don't have you and him, like, you know, you don't have the highest opinion of him or whatever, right? Like, I don't really care about that, but like, at the very least, he put up his Curass Enigma for the highest amount of malls offered. I'm pretty sure he did that just to spite Dan, just for shits and giggles, right? Like, that's what I mean. Like, that's a good troll. That's a pretty damn good troll. But like, but then you got other people who show up to this channel, okay? They literally will ask me, hey, wow, why are you still streaming Slash if DL2 Remastered comes out? Like what? Like, there's just so many things wrong with the statement. It blows my mind. It's kind of like that guy who was like, oh yeah, LK has 4 super chests instead of 6 super chests, or 2 super chests instead of 3 super chests. Like where the fuck do you people find this information from? And whenever I ask for the information, they simply just don't have that. Cold immunes, just a few, not great. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, no, what these guys are saying is correct. Ort rune. Okay, anyway. I think that's the end of my run, but yeah, that's just my TED Talk, I'm telling you. Also in 2020 is now social convention to ghost people whenever you are proven wrong or embarrassed. Completely standard behavior. Alright. Whatever. Whatever, man. I'm not even going to argue that. Whatever. I'm just going to leave it at that. Alright, moving on. Next run. Probably the last 10 runs. Yeah, I think 530 is a good stopping point. I think I'm good for the night, actually, after these next 10 runs. Don't need Infinity on Cold Circuit if you have High Pierce. Alright, here we go. Now, this is gonna get juicy. I'm just waiting for one person to be like, yeah, Cold Mastery breaks cold immunities, and for somebody else to try and say, no, it doesn't. Wait for it. Jewel, okay. Another thing I'm gonna need to work out for next season too, when I do go Sork. I don't know if I'm gonna want to make another Nova Baller. Actually, speaking of being different, anti-ghoster. I mean, are you though? Are you though? Hmm. I'm just trying to think about your track record here. Can you really call yourself an anti-ghoster here? Anyway, I'll look at that in a second. Maggot Lair is best placed for Firesword, no fire immunes. Did it crash for you or is it just me? Did it crash? Well, I mean, at this point... Yeah, that's another problem too. Here. Am I back? Yeah, it looks like it's back, but... Yeah, this kind of... Yeah, I definitely want to talk to my ISP about the about this frame dropping issue, because again, at first I thought it was like, yeah, I didn't realize my net was this problematic because a lot of what I do it's not usually like this, but I think for streaming especially, this net issue is affecting the stream quality. So I definitely. Probably tomorrow I'm just gonna hit up my ISP and be like, yo, what the fuck's going on, dude? Like, why is my net like this? And see if, you know, they can actually do something about it, because this is kind of a problem. Oh, congratulations on your gold rune, Fatty. Anyway, going back to our original discussion though, Maggot Lair, best place for Firestroke, no fire immunes. Are there actually no fire immunes? I thought there was some fire immunes, wasn't there? Or no? Max Cold Mastery, bro. Yeah, Max Cold Mastery for sure. Okay, so I think I've cleared out most of it. Elite packs. Some have fire immunes. No, not the like. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna go check myself. Like, do the regular monsters themselves have immunes? Like, I know the AT, the invaders have fire immunity, but it's only the invaders. Okay, I think I'm pretty much set though. I'm gonna leave it there for this run. Okay, whatever. Fire immunes. Okay, let's check out Maggot Lair. Just don't remember if it's the same monsters in all 3 levels though. That's what I was curious about. But anyway, Death Beetle, Scarab, Sand Maggot, Rockworm. Flying Scimitar. I think Flying Scimitar is immune to fire, ain't it? Yeah. Maggot Lair level 2. Level 2, okay. It's like the same monsters in each. Sand Maggot Egg. Anyway, whatever. Whatever. Hey, boy Kumog, how are you doing? I'm just trying to do the last 10 runs, I think, for the evening. Trying to hit run number 530, and then I was going to call it a night. If my net keeps acting up, I might have to drop it a little bit earlier. But with any luck, my net will hold up just fine, and I can actually finish the remaining 10 runs. Yeah, and then hop off. I wanted to push for run 540, but I don't think I have it in me to finish it all the way. Hey, JSP people and Llama. I trust they did their research. Table calculator shit. Okay. Llama. Yeah, Latromi. That guy. Yeah, that was the guy from earlier, I think, that I was talking to about the whole LK versus cows and chaos thing that I just didn't want to dive into that discussion on. Kind of glad I didn't. Because here I am. Here I am. I've been doing these runs and I've been mostly focused on these runs, and even then, I'm still only able to make it to run 530. Yeah, I don't know. If I had actually gone in some prolonged discussion with them, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't have been anywhere near where I'm at right now. Moglian had to go with Spike. Magic Tank Sork with 0 MF, this guy. MF data maths included. Who the hell's Moglian? You know what? You got sounds like a dude worth looking into. On YouTube, but I don't know why he made his videos now private. Okay, well. Okay. Okay, runs quick and painless. I don't know, it's funny. It's kind of funny. It's funny how some people cite like LK as being like one of the best farming spots, which, well, no, sorry, they basically call it like the king of farming spots, like this LK is like winner takes it all type deal, and I'm like, what is this based off of? And like, as somebody who's farmed different areas, I've always felt like different areas are great at different points of how efficiently you can farm them, right? Like if you're running cows at like a minute and a half on Slash, then you're better off than if you're running LK. Like you guys, or at least I that's kind of how I feel about it, right? And I think that's the general consensus on Slash. But that's if you can hit, like, if you can be that efficient with cows, which again, that's for a while, for a long time before that, yeah, like day 1 LK, you're able to crank out 15-second LK runs or 20-second LK runs, and you're about as fast as you're gonna really be getting. Whereas with cows, you have a lot of room to speed things up. And I don't know, I just years later, after playing on this private server, it's hard to really be like, oh yeah, this is the zone to farm of being good, or different points where they're good, or based on how well you can farm it, I guess, is just the bottom line. But even then, people will still insist like, oh yeah, LK is always the best, or cows is always the best, and here I'm sitting, and I'm like, yeah man, if you're running like 6-minute cows or 5-minute cows, then you're probably better off with LK. But if you can run like 2-minute, 3-minute cows, you're probably better off with cows than you are with LK. So it's always interesting seeing like the back and forth between these two camps of people. I watched all of his science MF, but I didn't understand, so I left it all alone. Too much complicated. Yeah, I don't blame you, frankly. Once someone makes 1k Arcane Sanctuary runs on Slashdiablo and he finds like 15 to 20 purple box, it could make people run that area more often. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case, yes. In fact, I'm surprised that you yourself aren't doing it. Although I guess it kind of makes sense that you aren't doing it just because you don't care about purple boxes. You want your materials at the end of the day, so you're going to be farming level 85 areas to get materials. Not going to be so much farming somewhere like Arcane, where you straight up cannot get materials. Everyone knows Mephisto is the best place to farm delete TF. Yeah. Yeah, well. Now that's definitely somewhere that I don't really see too many people advocating for on this server. That's for sure. Like, yeah, you get the occasional BNet noob that shows up. It's like, yeah, okay, Mephisto drops a lot of great items, but once, eventually, inevitably, they realize that, yeah, they kind of need the Hyrants, so their items aren't going to sell for too much. Like, yeah, okay. Occasionally you get to sell, like, Shakos and Arax for, like, Vex Plus. No biggie. But yeah, I think a lot of people will overwhelmingly just be like, okay, yeah, I need a place where I can actually get high runes because that's what matters. So it always just boils down to, you know, LK, Cows, Chaos, those areas. And then you get people who are very on board with one side or like one area or another. And also the funny thing about all of this is no one's actually done like any hard like statistical analysis of it as far as I can tell. I think there was like that one guy who did a guide. I don't know if I still have it bookmarked, but I know somebody actually wrote a guide where they actually tried to like average out the number of cows, and they did a bunch of stuff. I don't even know. But the vast majority of people on the server who try to share their like, okay, yeah, this area is better than another or what, I don't think that they've ever themselves actually tried to crunch any numbers. Bro, I'm rich and I got a Shaco and an Aki from Mephisto. Oh yeah, of course. You know, I'm glad that you brought this up because it kind of reminds me of that dude who ran LK, or who was saying like, oh yeah, LK is like the shit, and like, how did it go? Ah, oh, man, I can't even remember. All I remember from him is like the guy who ran, or who insisted that there were 2 super chests in LK, or 4 super chests. That's the only way I remember him. I don't even remember the rest of our conversation that evening because I lost so many IQ points that it's really hard to recall everything that he had said. But yeah, I remember one of the things he said was basically like, yeah, you guys are basically all wrong and I'm right because I have like a burr rune that I got from cows with my level 66 Hammerden and shit. Like, I can't believe I'd forgotten all about that, but it was just crazy. Are you on Futurial's Discord? Also he streams nowadays. Okay, so I don't really know who Futurial is. Like all these D2 streamers, I don't myself watch other D2 streamers, so I don't know them like the back of my hand like you do. I only know Inferno because he does Holy Grail. But yeah, no, I don't hang out on... Oh, hey look, it's another Geeds. Okay, let's see if this one's any good. Probably not. Okay, just clearing that out. Okay, so, thankfully, I still have Seth's account, so let me, okay, I can't believe I have to actually use Seth's account for this, but you know what? Why not? You need to watch every D2 stream like us? Yeah, I mean... No kidding, I guess. I don't know, man. you guys are like hardcore on it, you know, like. Okay, hold on a sec. I'm gonna mule this off quickly before anything else. Um, but I don't really have a good mule to put it on. Charms? Nah. Okay, let's try this mule. Okay, we'll talk more about these names later. I'm just gonna quickly offshore my my new toy. I think I got it off a coffin too. That's even more interesting. But anyway, so 164, or sorry, 160 and 40 Geeds. 15 MF 11V Geeds off of 522 Coffin. There we go. That's pretty good. It's a solid find, I suppose. Alright. Anyway, let's see what else you guys are talking about. How are you doing, by the way, Boy Kuma? I don't know if you're still around, but I was saying hello to you when I was asking how you were doing. I don't know if you had heard me. Yeah, killing Elite Pack's council members in Mephisto is actually decent. Oh, I believe that. Yeah, so I did my own analysis and cows was best. Okay. Many D2 discussions related to science. I know, right? I mean, that's kind of what makes the game interesting for me, too. It's nice to, compare, kind of feel like, okay, I think this is the way to go if your goal is to try and get high runes or what. And other people have their own methods of getting high runes. A lot of different things you can do with this game, even 20 years later, which I think is just great at the end of the day. But yeah, Futurial's Discord. So again, like I said, I don't really know who Futurial is. I think I've dropped by his channel a couple times, but I haven't. The name doesn't really ring a bell off the top of my head. But yeah, no, I don't hang out on his Discord. I don't even really use Discord all that much nowadays, to tell you the truth. Like if anybody, like some of you guys, actually maybe not some of you guys, but Seth and Coaster have attempted to reach me, and I'm not really on Discord all that much, as much as I hate to say it, but that's just kind of how it is. You know about Krek Plays Diablo 2? No, I have no idea who that is. YouTuber D2 is fully dedicated. Person has 10k videos of 10k pits, 10k ATs. Wow, that's great. Did he just start making videos recently? Because that's something that I feel like I would have looked up a long time ago, but I simply did not see such videos back when I was actually actively looking up Diablo 2 content years ago. Why are you laughing? I actually crunched all the numbers for rune drops in clear speed, density. Cows is best, believe me. Oh, okay. I don't know what more you want me to say than that. It's hard to tell with you. Honestly, it's hard to tell with you if you're trolling or being legit. Sometimes you say this kind of thing, and you're mocking people on Slash. So even now, I think you're still mocking people on Slash. I still cannot for the life of me tell. You running some kind of statistical analysis? I mean, I believe that, just not for fucking high rune drops. But anyway. One interesting to note from his 10k videos is that he found griffs at least one time, and no D-webs. Okay, cool. D-web from his 10k until he recently made 10k AT runs HC where he found 2 D-webs. Okay. Well, that's great, I guess. I don't know what more to say than that. I never troll when it comes to math. Okay. I don't keep track. I feel like he would troll no matter the situation, so. Yeah, definitely would be easier to run this with teleport. No doubt about it. Anyway, I'm gonna try to make it to run number 525. I'm gonna take a very short break, and then I will finish off the remaining 5 runs that I wanted to do this evening. I think that's gonna be my plan. Just want to give a shout out to you guys though, ZZZ, Fatty, and well, I mean, I think Coaster and Seth already both went off to bed quite some time ago, but yeah, just want to say thanks, guys. I mean, appreciate you guys hanging out and just chatting with me the last couple hours. I'm trying to do these runs and whatnot. Especially in ZZ's case, I know you had even made a post being all like, "Oh, ISO D2D2 stream," and I saw it and I was like, "Yeah, I'm coming on. Don't you worry." Well, yeah. I'm trying to do Wednesday streams, but I can't always guarantee a specific start time that I have in mind, or that I'll be able to commit to. So yeah, that's that. Okay. Ow. Might aura with curse. No wonder they hit so hard. Anyway. Numbers don't lie or troll. Math is serious business. Numbers don't lie or troll. Yeah, that's true. The math doesn't troll, but you do, so I don't even know where you get the numbers from, right? What? I mean, a lot of the time you actually do have numbers to, like, you actually do crunch numbers to back up your findings and your claims, so yeah, if anything, you would be one of the very few people for whom, like, I'd take what, well, yeah, I would actually take most of what you say at face value, honestly. Most of it. Most. So, yeah. Can't quite say the same for most other people around here, honestly. RNG, give him a GG drop. Ravenlords. Ravenlord, I'm gonna be real here. Ravenlord is not a GG drop, although I will summon the Ravenlords. Maybe they will guide me. But frankly, I don't expect to be pulling up a GG drop out of thin air. Start time equals between midnight and 6 AM for everyone outside of Alaska. Yeah, that's true. But I mean, take it or leave it, right? I mean, if I have to pick a day, and the day I pick is Wednesday. And I start it as soon as I can, really. Or, yeah, no, that's really it. Like, you know, if it doesn't work out for you, then, well, that's rather unfortunate. I don't know what more to say than that. If I were actively trying to grow my channel here, then yeah, I would probably try and make these streams a little bit closer to, like, I'd try to force them. Like, I'd probably try and do more, like, weekend, like, Sunday streams, I guess. And I make it a regular thing. There's, like, a lot of different things I would do for sure, but yeah, definitely the start time. It's unfortunate for most people, but that is unfortunately how these things go. At the very least, 2 Sundays from now, the start time will be at a time when you can't really say that it's between midnight and 6 AM for everyone outside of Alaska. Because, yeah, that one I think we're going to be starting 10 AM next, not this upcoming Sunday, but the next Sunday, when I try to do P28. And that's going to be one which I'm sure you're going to try to backseat me on, knowing you, because that's, yeah, gonna be probably my first real attempt at a P28. Not on a ladder reset, but still, nonetheless, it is going to be a P28. Or, sorry, a 2-8, because apparently P28 is wrong, but fuck if I care. Yeah. And there, I know that you're gonna probably have some like, oh, D2, you're doing this wrong, or oh, you're doing that wrong, and that's gonna be messy. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see how these things go. Anyway, that's gonna be the end of this run. I'm moving on to run number 524 now. It's not P28. Yeah, well, it is. It is now P28, P28, P28. Does it hurt your ears yet? Does it hurt your ears yet? Have I ruptured an eardrum? Certainly hope I have. What you gonna do about it, huh? What you gonna do about it? P28, 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 P28. Da. I spit on you. Sorry, I'm big delay on mobile. Okay. Doesn't really feel like a big delay, honestly. And frankly, yeah, I would be hard pressed to imagine you'll be keeping that promise with how abysmal my 2.8's going to be. But it's going to be an experience. I kind of just want to do something a little bit different though too. That's part of the issue. Like I don't personally mind. Like I enjoy this, nice and chill, and I get to, you know, finish a long-standing project that I started years ago, years before even you show up to this channel, ZZZ. But at the same time, I also think that it would be cool to actually try showing something different that doesn't normally get to see the light of day. And especially because like that was what Seth's a cool dude. He's been a long-time supporter, and it was something that he wanted to do in the first place. And I thought that it would be fun to join him for that, so yeah. Like, knock a couple birds with one stone, right? Like, why not? So, I'm gonna finish that. Finally cross that off the D2 bucket list that I've had for a while. And yeah, since I don't ever really see myself doing a P28, like for a ladder reset, or sorry, a 2.8 for a ladder reset, it's just not gonna... Yeah, I just don't really see it being a thing. If I don't make like a bit of time to give it a try, so... Yes, now I'm gonna watch Dobrunsky, a truly knowledgeable D2 streamer and best Canadian. Go right ahead. Go right ahead. I don't really have too much more to offer this evening anyway. I'm a little tired, so I haven't really been able to give you guys very great conversations, and honestly, I don't really have much to give either, so so yeah, actually this is good timing for you to go and check out somebody with a lot more big brain D2 knowledge than I. So yeah, go have fun with that. Thanks for dropping by, ZZ. You have yourself a good night. And yeah. Best Canadian. I like that though. Anyway, yeah, ZZ, or sorry, Fatty, thanks for stopping by too, by the way. I know I said this earlier, but yeah, I really do appreciate it. Yeah, glad to see that you're enjoying yourself still on Slash, so that you still have your projects going on, trying to do 10,000 runs of this or that. Yeah, I mean, here I'm trying to do like 1,000 of Moz, but you're already like past 1,000 Chaos, now you're moving on to the next 1,000 of like Maggot Lair or whatnot. I think that's awesome. Like, good on you. And yeah, it's just just nice to see you again, I suppose. Stop by on Slash later this week, especially with chat channel actually people, which is pretty cool. And then there's of course the 2v2 PvP tournament too, so that's also pretty good. Oh, the server and your streams. Yeah, well, I'm happy to hear that. I appreciate that. You're trying to give me like an ass, ZZ? Really pray for Southeast Asia server soon. Yeah, I think it would be nice to see like an Asia server, I suppose. Although I don't know how many people actually would be using that Southeast Asia server. I think that's the main thing. Even in your case, you could just connect to the Europe server and you're fine. It will improve my ping. Yeah, fair enough. From 250 to 150-ish. Kinda bizarre, like... Still unfortunate that you have such a crappy connection to the server. Feel kind of bad for you, honestly. Even in my case, I would, like, even before they added GS4, well, I mean, like, West Coast servers. The worst I had was, like, what, 150 to 200 ping? That was as bad as it got. But, yeah, now your best is 250. It's like, and that's actually with the new servers, so I don't even know what to say. Yeah, I didn't really complain too much about lag. I mean, yeah, I complained about the 200 FCR Nova Ball or the stupid double tally stutter. Okay, fine, but that's its own... That's in the context of, well, efficiency, I guess. Whereas in your case, like, you can barely play with like 500 ping. You need 50 ping for 200 FCR shooters. Yeah, no, of course. This actually seems like a pretty straightforward Moz. I'd be able to do this one in like under 3.5 if I'm lucky. That's why 75 125 FCR no longer interest me. Okay, fair enough. That leaves you to more options. Yeah, that's kind of... I remember when I was playing my Necro and I couldn't actually properly run 125 when I first started playing on Slash. And that's kind of what motivated me to try and maximize DMGs instead. And then I made my good old Poison Mancer that can one-tap everything with Poison Nova in Chaos. It's pretty great. Well, not everything, but all regular monsters. Yeah, that was one of the motivators behind it. It was to kind of like compensate for the ping issue that I was having. Isn't even bad. Deal like 63 FCR EU. Yeah, no, I agree. I don't know about Firesort. I can't speak to Firesort, but 63 FCR is... I mean, obviously 105 and 200 are considerably better, but 63 is fine. Like, if you actually absolutely cannot reach 105 because of connectivity issues, then yeah, I would say that 63 is not terrible. Like, that's in fact what a lot of the speedrunners even use, so it's like, whatever. Not a huge deal. Okay, maybe I wasn't able to hit sub 330 after all, but whatever, no biggie. Well, sub 4, I guess. It's not a big deal. Oh, GC. Also want to take a moment to appreciate how in my first couple hundred runs, the coffins for me were super lucky, or like the poppables were super lucky, but then after that it just went straight downhill. Like, I don't recall the last time I got like a good rune out of a poppable. Like, yeah, I guess I did get like 39 and 40 geets this evening, so that I can't really complain too much about that, but still, it's been a struggle, let's just say. I tell them play Javazon with teleport for 5 minutes. Oof. Yeah, well. This is good. That's all we ever had on Classic and we liked it. That's cool. Yeah, I guess you really can't hit 105 FCR on classic, can you? 20 FCR orb. There's no rune words, so you can't like make what was it, Splendor even? No. I think Splendor was the right rune word. You can't even make Spirit, let alone Splendor, or Splendor, let alone Spirit. I don't know, man. I think 63 FCR is fine. Like, if it's the only option you have, right? Like, obviously 200 FCR, 105 FCR is like, it's like rocking a Ferrari or like a bloody race car compared to like rocking like a decked out sports car. Like, you're like racing in Formula 1, basically. But sometimes you just gotta deal with it, you know, like, yeah, and just make up the loss of speed on teleporting in other aspects like MF or clear speed, which are really your only two options, I guess. I don't know what else to say, more to say than that. Got mine. Ha. Got mine. So I should be fine. Yeah, I realized also if I actually did get an Enigma, I could slip out the stupid B-Topaz in my Ravenlore for like a proper 5/5 fire facet. That'd boost my damage even higher. Although I don't even know if I need more damage anymore on this guy. I'm already one-shotting everything. Except for the unique monsters, I guess. Yeah. Praise be to Ravenlord. Speaking of which, I'm gonna summon 5 ravens. That might bring me good luck. I haven't found anything today in over 100 chaos runs, including 90-something 2/8s. Okay. Well, I mean, 2/8 definitely doesn't boost the drop rates here, but maybe, I don't know if he knows that. Yeah. I'm gonna assume that he does. I don't think he does, or else he wouldn't have mentioned that at all. I don't know. I don't know. Not even gonna really worry about it too much. Anyway, ZZZ, what is Dobrunsky doing right now? Anyway, what's he doing this evening? Because you said that you were gonna go check out Dobrunsky. Well, like, firstly, I'm surprised he's even streaming at this hour. Secondly, like, what's he even doing really? Like, presumably pluggy. Is he doing more torch runs? Is he like rocking like a new build, new character? What's he doing now? Or were you just memeing that you drop by over to Brunsky's? I'm actually surprised you're still on, actually, now that I think about it. You usually go to bed like way sooner, now that I think about it. D2D2, I was doing 110-second Elite Champ Pack CS runs. Well, that's cool. 110 is pretty solid. Oh, wasn't paying attention. I guess the end of the run. Okay, I'm gonna probably take a short break here. Next run's gonna be run number 527, but I'm just gonna quickly go grab myself some water, stretch out my legs, and then I'm gonna do the final stretch. Well, no pun intended, but it's gonna be the last 4 runs for this evening. So yeah, good stuff, guys. All right. I was doing 1:10. Actually, hold on, let me just think. That's about 40 runs today. No, that's not bad. 40 runs in what'll probably be about 4.5 hours. It's like 10 runs an hour. Oof. I was doing 110-second Elite Pack CS runs with my 250-ish MF Java, including River of Flame Elite Champ Packs on the way to Chaos Entrance, Infector, and Lord Desay minions. Okay. Dobrunsky was a joke. I know he's my favorite streamer. I already went to bed and woke up. That's how late it is. Oh, seriously? It's like... okay. I mean... It's how you could go to bed and wake up like at this hour. But anyway, yeah, no, Dabrunski. Anyway, I'll talk more about Dabrunski in a bit. But yeah, I'm gonna take a short break, grab some water. I'll see you guys in a couple minutes. One sec. Alright, hey guys, I'm back. Uh, yeah, alright, let's finish the remaining 5 runs, or 4 runs, and then, yeah, like I said, we'll probably just call it a night. Um, yeah, sorry again. Today, not really, yeah, I'm a bit more tired than usual. I'm not nearly as upbeat as I usually am. Just haven't had enough sleep. Didn't manage to get a nap in or anything like that. So, yeah. Also, I don't really have as much to talk about today. I think that's the other big thing. I mean, we had a couple of good chats, but I know a lot of it also isn't relevant to you guys. Talking about things like Call of Duty, like that's something that Coaster knows a bit about, and I know a bit about because I watched a bit, but he's actually played it, yada yada. Hey Vibes, how are you doing? Welcome to the channel. How are you? How are you? As you can see, we're just running the Fireclaws Druid this season in Mausoleum. So yeah, let me know if you have questions about the build. As you can see, it quite literally slaps like this. Boom! Look how fast I attack. Wow! Now, if I only had an infinity, I could probably kill Declone real fast with this stupid thing. But anyway, yeah, going back to some of the things you guys were talking about. I'm going to start off with Fatty's comment. I don't know where Indrik is nowadays. Yeah, now that I think about it, I haven't really seen much of Indrik. Like, I know I don't usually keep track of D2 streamers, but now that I really think about it, I remember in the past there were times when I would, like, stop by on the D2 category, and again, two of the special exceptions I made were for Indrik and Ryu. Those were two people that I regularly enjoyed watching in this category, just because, like, with Ryu, there's just something about Ryu. I just like him. Like, I like his personality. I like the way he is, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, I guess it's just because he's really straightforward. I don't know. That's a different discussion. A lot of streamers do that, right? Like even arguably Llama was like a speedrunner at some point, and he was speedrunning and he was showing people that, like, great, but with the Magi. Without V Magi, you go down to 210. Wait, my Merc died? The fuck? What did he fight? I went to type for a couple seconds. Yeah, I think that's about right. Don't think Novasorks can use Ormus anyways. With Nova Ormus as possible if you have a 20 SCR enemy. Yeah, I'm of the impression that he's talking about Ishudas or a 3-3, like a Hodo or whatever. But anyway, I'm not gonna get in, like, I just want to get this over with, honestly. The last few runs. Yeah, so I like Indrik because he's, like, always trying to push the boundaries of what it can be done, right? Like, he was the first one to try and reach, like, sub 3, like, I think Hell Hardcore, or was it Players I don't remember, but, like, he's just always hitting these records, right? Like, Players X category, he was able to hit well under a minute, or an hour, or, like, when, with Players 1, he was trying to hit sub 1, that kind of stuff. I enjoy that. I actually enjoy seeing, like, the limits at which you can kind of, like, break the game. Not like literally speak, like, break the game, but, like, if you get that good at the game, how low can you go? Even Llama was for a long time of the impression that, you know, the lowest you could go on players 1 is like a minute 10 and no lower. Like, he even specifically had a video. The hypothetical best time you could have as on a speedrun. Like, he thought it would be like a minute 10, or an hour 10, sorry, like an hour 5, perhaps. But no, Indrik was like, fuck it, I'm just gonna try to go straight for, you know, straight for sub 1. And I mean, it's been a while since I've seen Indrik, but last I checked, he was still trying to push for that, but yeah, I don't know, man. And I like Indrik. He seems you know, kind of like Ryu. He seems like a very genuine guy, or genuine guy. I think he's a pleasure to watch. Like, I enjoy especially watching him with like dinner. Um, I cook myself up some dinner and then I just pull up into Extreme and I just like to watch. Now Dobrunsky. Same story with Dobrunsky. Again, I don't mean to be that boring guy who doesn't have opinions about anything. Like, I do have opinions about other people, right? Like Llama. I don't usually watch Llama's content. I don't really, you know, just I don't really see much reason. And you guys know I don't have the highest opinion of like DJ Waters or Xtimus's content even, right? Like, but Dobrunsky, I do really enjoy Dobrunsky. I enjoy Dobrunsky's content. Bad Vibes. Ah, nice to have you on board with us. I'm guessing Bad Vibes that you are Vibes from YouTube. So yeah, welcome. How are you doing, my good sir? Yeah, I'm surprised that you made a new account on Twitch. But yeah, how are you doing? Although it's a bit late for me to try to start a conversation with you because I'm going to be hopping off pretty soon, I think. Yeah, I'm just going to be doing a couple more runs and I'm calling it a night. But yeah, tell me, what's up? Okay, that's the end of this run. 528 coming up. Inferno still hasn't found Tyraels yet. Yeah, I believe that. Also, ZZ, you were saying, I don't sleep all night. Usually, I'll wake up for a couple hours, then go back to sleep around sunrise. Really interesting. Okay. Yeah, I can't imagine doing that. I occasionally, but I just simply cannot imagine doing that now. No way. Like, my sleep is my sleep, man. 8 hours is 8 hours, you know? Anyway, Inferno still hasn't found Tyraels yet. He's on like 1.2 to 1.4k or 1.4k hours in. Yes, I'm from YouTube. Okay, good. Glad to know that I drew the connection correctly. Anyway, so yeah, as I said, yeah. So I'm guessing you yourself are a Diablo 2 player. Yeah. Let me know if you have questions. Like, you know, I'm always open to questions if you want to know more about this build. If you want to know what exactly I'm trying to do with my Mausoleum runs, I'm trying to run 1,000 Mausoleum. This is not all in one stream, obviously, but this has been an ongoing project for me this season. I've been trying to, you know, well, run 1,000 Mausoleums. I don't really know what else to say. Every season I try a different character, or a different build, rather, and I try to, like, run a different area, so... This season I decided to run the Fireclaws Druid, and I decided to try and run it in Mausoleum, to a build and an area that I've never really used or farmed before. So, yeah, if you're curious about the build, I can show it to you quickly, but the bottom line is I hit for about almost 10k Fireclaws damage, and yeah, I attack about, well, I get 4 frames per attack, so I'm effectively hitting 7.5 times a second. So I'm dishing out about 70k fire damage a second if I hit a single target, and they don't have any fire res. Yeah, I can't wait to get. I'm telling you, I can't wait to get Infin. That'll be huge, or it'll be nice to see just what I'd be capable of with Infin. I mean, honestly, I could make a Conviction Pally. I kind of want to try that actually. Make a Conviction Pally. Try to run somebody's declone and then just put the Conviction Pally there and just watch how quickly he goes down with the Fireclaws Druid doing 70k damage. Well, with minus resistance from Conviction. I think that would be huge, huge, huge. You're playing Diablo 2. Okay. Well, what are you running? Are you playing Blizzsork? Like, what kind of build are you using? What's your goal? Are you trying to play through the game? Are you MFing? Are you playing BNet? Are you playing single player? Tell us a little bit about yourself as a D2 player. For you to stumble upon this channel like this. Yeah. What is your mojo? The Grail with Berserker Bar is supposed to be finished at 600 hours average. Yeah, well, I don't know what to say. Like, That's the thing about this game. Like, this is one of those games which I can't really see myself taking super seriously ever. Like that's the thing, Fatty. Like this game, if your goal, like basically you're at the mercy of RNG at the end of the day. You could be like the best D2 player. I don't even know what that would mean. Like there's really no way to really measure a best player. I guess except for if you want to use like speedrunning, I think that's probably, or PvP, like one of these two things. Like, yeah, okay, fine, right? Like, then yeah, you could have a measure for a best D2 player based off of those metrics, but you could, you know, trying to like play through the game, like trying to like gear up your character, even as a speedrunner, you're going to be at the mercy of RNG. It's a kind of game where, you know, some bad decisions can cost you a lot. Well, maybe I shouldn't say bad decisions, but some bad luck could just put you out of commission for an entire week. Like look at Coaster, right? Like that's a very prime example. Like he's been I think this season he played the, actually no, this season I think he said that he was 4,000 LK runs dry, and I think his highest rune was 11. That's what he said, right? Which is pretty insane, right? And meanwhile, you get other people who run like 500, 600 LK, you know, get 2 burrs, or like burr plus sir, or whatever, right? Or people who run like 80 cows or 80 chaos and they find burr plus jaw, right? Like, the same principle kind of applies with speedrunning. Or not speedrunning, well, I guess in this case it is technically speedrunning. The Holy Grail speedrunner Inferno. It's like, he finished one of his Holy Grails in like, what, 74 days? Like, alright, that's fantastic, that's awesome. But again, like now he's spent like how many days? And he's trying to like still complete his second Holy Grail, and he can't do it because the game just refuses, just absolutely refuses to give him the item. And he could be stuck in this loop for eternity, for all we know, right? I don't know. I just can't imagine doing that. Like, it's the best and the best of both worlds, but also the worst of each. Because, like, he's at the mercy of RNG to find the item that he needs to complete his Grail. But yeah, like, I know as a speedrunner, you can't really, like, you do need a bit of luck with how, like, what's being given to you too. So I don't know. Bye, says bad vibes. Okay, well, I guess I'll talk to you later. I was curious as to what kind of, like, you're playing Diablo 2, but I was wondering what your character was, but I guess you're not going to be sharing that, it seems. Office that phone was spawning clone. Oh, okay. I'm the best D2 player, no measurements required. Oh, I got some measurements for you, Meng. I guess. Anyway, I don't know. His last Holy Grail was around 61, 63 days. Yeah. Schaefer's was the problem for his HC Grail. Like, I believe that. Yeah. Like, I don't know what to say. He's going back to YouTube. Yeah, again, right, like sometimes tutorials can come easy. Like, the way this game is, it's really unlikely, but it's quite possible that you'll find your tutorials on day 1 or day 2 of running your Holy Grail. That could very well happen. I'm sure somebody has gotten the Holy Grail just straight up, just out of the blue. And funny enough, tutorials itself is a blue item, so when I say out of the blue, I guess it really is blue. But anyway, like yeah, you know, you could find just tutorials out of freaking thin air. But the reality is, in a lot of cases, you could have your character fully decked out, and it could take you like it could take you months to find materials. So that's, yeah, you guys got the idea. But yeah, I feel kind of bad for Inferno. It's cool, like a cool premise. I totally support that he's doing this, like he's trying to, you know, do speedrun Holy Grail. I think it's a really cool concept. But like, I just can't imagine having the mental fortitude to do something like that. You know, like here's something that I think would be more, I shouldn't say more interesting, but something that would be a little bit less RNG dependent. How about something like first to 99, you know, like 99 speedrun to 99. I think that would be a lot more. I mean, I'm going all over the place. Two different topics I'm starting, but let's start off with this first. Just a random thought that occurred to me. Wouldn't it be cool if somebody tried to do like speedrun single player to 99 or level 99? That would probably have a lot more consistency compared to like a Holy Grail, for which RNG plays a massive role in determining how long it's going to take you to actually finish the damn thing. Right? Like, that I think would be something that, you know, trying to actually grind out levels is definitely something that I think ZZ would very much enjoy. I think Enforza is doing that. Man, there's so many names now that I just don't recognize, but yeah, it's just so cool that people are actually exploring all these different branches of the game, right? Here I'm just trying to crunch numbers, and at this point I have nothing left to really offer you guys except for Slash gameplay, really. Gameplay on Slashdiablo, but anyway. And the budget guides, but I'm sure somewhere down the line somebody's going to capitalize on that. If there's anything I've learned in these last few years of making D2 YouTube content, it's that, yeah, if any day that passes, well, even not just making content, but like watching content, any day that you pass by, somebody else could make the content that you have in mind if you wait on it too long. It's kind of like trying to pick up chicks, you know? You wait too long, your chance is forever gone. Anyway, whatever. But he's going to join to my 43 Templars Might group soon. Okay. Well, coolio. So he finds it less than 43 Templars Might. Okay. So, anyway, the other thing I wanted to talk about too is just the original thing I was saying was just that I can't imagine taking this game super seriously. Like, yeah, I do these 1,000 runs, and I show you guys what I get out of them, and I draw conclusions, and I tell you guys, this is kind of how I feel about it. Again, you got some people like Coaster who are a bit more skeptical, and they're going to be like, RNG is RNG, it doesn't really matter too much. Like, at the end of the day, you're just, you know, you could find, like, you know, like, trying to crunch these numbers don't really mean anything when there's just so much variance in this game. I'm like, I don't know. For me, I find it interesting to look at all these different areas and be like, alright, I think this is kind of like what I expect to get out of this area, and I think that makes it worthwhile for me, right? Like, that for me is interesting, which I think is totally fair. But beyond that, I simply cannot take this game any more seriously than I do right now. Like, I take it seriously that I have content that I want to show you guys and different things I want to try, but I definitely would not ever. Oh yeah, it's Ruined Scepter. I definitely wouldn't ever take this game as seriously as, say, like, I don't know, Dota, for example. Even Dota 1, seriously, because it was competitive, right? Like, you're actually playing against, you know, 5-on-5, and I would talk a lot of shit about my teammates. Like, I can say that with full honesty, because sometimes the decisions and calls that they would make just don't make sense, and I obviously want to win. That's the goal, right? I'm just trying to think of other non-competitive games, even though, like, Minecraft, like, that's something that's chill, but yeah, like, trying to, like, build something. If I had to try and build something in Minecraft, I'd probably take that a lot more seriously than trying to loot items and cross my fingers that I actually got something, if the game was gracious enough to give it to me, right? Like, imagine trying to get one high rune in a season. you're an RNG's win. I don't know. For me, I have a lot more enjoyment out of this game when I can just relax and take it easy and just chill. Otherwise, otherwise I think it would just drive me insane. No, sometimes you just get the short end of the stick, and there's nothing you can do about it. And then what, right? You're probably just going to be tempted to quit. Like that's what happens to some people. They have bad seasons. They're like, all right, I'm good to go. Like I'm obviously just not having any luck this season, and they just call it for the season, which is fine. But yeah, that's why I take it upon myself to like try and have myself like side goals, right? I don't want to just play this game and be like, okay, I must make it so that my goal is to get like an enigma, because what if I don't get an enigma? So I always have like these goals lined up, like running 1,000 moths. That's something that's not dependent on whether or not the game is gracious enough to give me like let's say a griffins that I could sell for an enigma. Like I just play at my own pace, and then I get results, and results are something that the game can't take away from me. Or like XP even, right? Like, or trying to make this character able to be minimally viable, even with crap equipment. Like that for me is just, there's just a lot more. Like that's just in my control. Like way more in my control than trying to like fully finish a character or trying to do like a holy grail, that kind of thing. Like yeah, I mean I guess if you put in enough hours eventually it'll be finished, but shit dude, like it's just such a massive time investment. And the factors are so out of your control. And I think there's just much better uses for time than that. So that's how I feel. Dota great game. Yeah, it is. Honestly, it is. And I think that even now it's probably, with the change, it's probably better than previously, but I don't like it. I don't like how different Dota 1 is, or Dota 2 is compared to Dota 1 now, right? But that's, again, that's a problem, I confess, that's a problem on me more so than it is a problem on the game itself. So I'm not gonna try and say otherwise. 531 next, but that's where I'm going to leave it. I am going to 531 next. I'm going to quickly mule, and then I'm going to sign off for the night. So yeah, I'm just going to address the remaining comments from Fatty. I think ZZZ is passing out for the night. Has already passed out for the night, I mean. Same. Fatty is saying. I don't know what you were saying same to, but yeah, yeah. I guess just the bottom line is, oh, Norman 1. There's actually a game going on there. But anyway, yeah, I don't know what to say, man. I actually don't know what to say. Like, so which items you haven't seen in D2 drop yet? Mang songs. Yeah, I haven't seen a Mang songs yet. I've seen Wind Force for sure. Stormlash. Ravenlore. Materials Might, obviously. I've seen Templars. In fact, I even got an Ev Templars Might. I've gotten Death's Fathom, I got D-Web, I got COA last season even. Griff's Eye, Death's Fathom. I found every rune. Yeah, but it's mostly just those items that I just listed to you, right? Yeah, no Tyraels, no Mangsongs, no Stormlash, no Ravenlore. Those are the ones that I know off the top of my head I haven't ever gotten. So there's that. Then I found Astrons. Actually, yeah. Yeah, I actually did find Astrons. I remember because I found an Astrons, I think it might have been, I think it was actually an Ev Astrons I found. Yeah, I think it was an Ev Astrons actually. I distinctly remember it because I think I showed, well, I don't know why, but Like when Dan saw that I hadn't had Astrons, he's like, "What the hell? Where was this when I was running my PvP tournament?" That's why I remembered. I was like, "Oh, well, yeah." And Astrons is actually something that no one really uses, but people probably would have used it that season where Dan was actually running that PvP tournament. That was a long time ago, though. That was like, I think the season with my Cold Druid. That's when it was. So that was uh, quite a while ago. A long time ago. And that was just, yeah, you get the idea. Found Astrions. Is Astrions rare? I don't even know. But yeah. There you go. That's the, more or less the list of items that I haven't really come across yet. And that's that, dude. Yeah, so... Oh, this character is done. This character is full up on GCs. Get rid of some. Let's get rid of... Bow and crossbow skiller? Yeah, no one's ever going to use that. We'll find Mang songs. Oh, that'd be great, but again, like... At the end of the day, it would be great to come across the Mang songs. I'd be like, wow, I mean, I want to complain. But I'm not really... I'm indifferent to whether or not I find an Astrons or a Mang songs, to tell you the truth. Like, if I find a Mang songs, then great. I don't know what more to say than that, because I don't really care so much about finding like these rare uniques that I can't really sell for anything. What I want, like my goal this season, is to actually finish 1,000 and then show you guys, and then build my Enigma, and then show you guys my secret build. Right? Those are my biggest concerns. So yeah, if I find Mang songs, then great, but I just don't see it happening. And even if it does happen, then it's not like I'm going to be selling it. So, or not like I'm going to be selling it for very much. So it doesn't really concern me. Going back quickly, just to wrap up what I was talking about earlier. Yeah, I don't know if Dota was a great example. I don't really have good PVM game. You know what? I think I do have a good example. Probably Animal Crossing. No, but that's very RNG based too. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe I'm doomed not to take this quite a PvP oriented game unless you go out of your way to make it so. Yeah, I just don't have any good examples, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know. What I'm doing right now is the extent of where I'm going to be going with this game, I think, is just the bottom line. Yeah, I make content for you guys to get to chat, chill, hang out. You know, we have fun. We just talk about life, and you know, every now and then I make some content for budget builds, which I think is good enough for me. So, yeah, that's more or less it. What about Torchlight or Titan Quest? I've never played either of these two games, I'm afraid. So, maybe Path of Exile. I think Path of Exile would be something that I could take more seriously than Diablo 2 or World of Warcraft. There you go. Those are two games that I think would be pretty good examples of games I could actually take more seriously, but in the same genre, you know. Yeah, like Warcraft 3 even. I feel like there's a little bit less of a chance factor there, from what I know of it. But yeah, I think yeah, that would be a pretty good example. Path of Exile, World of Warcraft, those are definitely games I'd take a lot more seriously. I have reason to take it way more seriously than Diablo 2 for sure. So yeah, those are solid examples, I would say, and I think I can leave it at that. So again, I hope you guys enjoyed I hope you guys enjoyed this stream. I don't really think I managed to pull some 40 runs, and yeah, I am well past the halfway mark now, 131. And yeah, sorry that I started the stream so late, but this was, I mean, this was about when I could, well, when I was able to start it, so. Yeah, next week I'll try to start it a fair bit earlier if I can, but otherwise, yeah, you know, again, next Sunday, not this upcoming Sunday, but next Sunday, I'm going to be doing a 2-8 stream, like, playthrough from normal to hell with Seth, so that's going to be pretty exciting because it's going to be something unusual, out of the ordinary, and, well, yeah, out of the ordinary and not the norm, so, yeah, hopefully you guys are going to be hyped for that, right? Is the server populated? Well, define populated. Like, it's not the most populated server out there. Here, hold on a second. So right now I'm gonna slash users it. It says there's 134 users online. There's two things to consider with this number though. The first is that we have access to multi-boxing, so we can have a couple windows of the game open at once. And the second thing is right now it's like 1 in the morning, so yeah, most people who are playing on the server have gone to bed. But usually, I think at peak hours it's closer to about like, well, it's closer to like 100 games. I think is well, maybe it's closer to like 70 or 80 now that POD had its reset. And now that we're a month in the ladder, but anyway, yeah. I think it's definitely worth giving a shot at the very least. The server, like, especially because like the server definitely becomes a lot more populated during like the ladder resets, right? We had a ladder reset about a month ago. The next one's going to be 3 months from now. But if you actually start playing now, you could actually kind of meet the people here, kind of get a feel for things, understand the flow, and it's honestly a lot of fun. I like Diablo 2, but I think a lot more of my enjoyment actually comes from playing the vanilla game with other people, and I feel like Slash just provides the best kind of setting for that. With like, because you can actually trade with people, there's no third-party website currency. Like, it's strictly in-game trading, and it's self-contained, so that's what I'm going to say. And obviously it's bot-free and dupe-free, which is pretty huge. Like, yeah, we're allowed to use map hack, but the idea is that you actually have to work for everything that you get. So definitely worth giving a shot. And yes, I would say that yes, the server is populated. Not like, it's not like booming with like hundreds or thousands of people, but, well, hundreds of users like during reset, but a month in the ladder, probably not hundreds of users, but still a pretty decent amount. Anyway, I'm going to leave off on this quickly, in case you want to go check it out, if you're still around. Dope Youth, let me know if you have other questions. But otherwise, Fatty's saying, bless my luck for last 100 Maggot Layer runs for 1k. Alright, well, good luck, Fatty. I hope you find an orange, and I hope it turns out to be a Tyraels, okay? But that's where I'm going to leave it off. I'm going to be calling it a night now. I don't see Coaster, unfortunately, so I think I'm just going to leave it be. Otherwise, I was going to try and host, but yeah, and I'll leave it at that. Maybe I'll host Futurial, because we were talking about him earlier. But anyways, guys, I'm going to hop off now. Once again, I really appreciate you all tuning in, and hope you had fun, and, well, I don't know what more to say than that. Yeah, I don't know if the viewbots are still around or what, but yeah, thanks to all the viewbots for dropping by. We are leaving off on run number 531. Or 530, 531 next. 40 runs done today, and 2 Geeds, but otherwise no crazy finds. So when we come back next Wednesday, hopefully we can continue these Moz runs, and hopefully we can make it to run number 550 onward. And then the following Sunday, of course, P28. Or 2-8, or whatever you want to call it. Anyways, guys, that's it. It's 1 a.m. now, so I'm going to head off to bed. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Yes, I am a viewbot. Nice to see you, Noodles, just as I'm signing off. But anyway, yeah, thanks everyone for tuning in. I hope you had fun. And yeah, hopefully I'll see you guys next Wednesday. Enjoy your week. Take care, And yeah, appreciate y'all hanging out, guys. So thanks everyone for watching. Yeah, hype for P2.8. Okay, that's good to hear. I'm really happy to hear that. I hope it's gonna be good, and I'm gonna be yeah, I'm gonna be starting it at like 10 a.m. too. So you know, it's gonna be much earlier than usual. So that's gonna be pretty good. And funny because the viewer counter went up back up again. So I don't really know where these people are coming from, but anyway. Good timing. I'm gonna host Futurial and I'm gonna call it a night. So once again, appreciate everyone dropping by. Thanks for watching. Hope y'all had fun. And until next Wednesday, take care. Um, yeah. So thanks guys for watching. This is DDD2 signing out.